Session of the 18th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao will lead the chamber in prayer.
Thank you, Mr. President. On our first Senate session for 2021, let us come together in God's holy presence with humility in our hearts and unity among us. Let us pray. Almighty God and Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we praise and thank you for the fresh opportunity to come together in the service of our nation. We declare that you have an exceptional favor for the Philippines. Your plans for us is to prosper us, not to harm us, plans to give us hope in the future. We pray for all government officials and workers in all three branches of government. We intercede for all that we're called to serve in the barangays up to the national level. We commit to you our vision and mission as public servants. In humility, we will keep asking for your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. It is only by your guidance and direction that we can make the right decisions and take the right course of action. In unity, we will keep trusting on your divine protection and abundant provisions. For all the frontliners, medical staff, social workers, police and military personnel, farmers, fishermen, businessmen, employees, factory and construction workers, teachers, students, and parents. Strengthen every Filipino, from the youngest to the oldest, representing all sectors of our society, with your love, hope, joy, and peace. Bless all of us in our going out and our coming in. Empower all of us to be proactive, taking responsibility for our thoughts and decisions, giving you glory and honor every single day. In the face of this pandemic and in the midst of all the challenges, we declare that by your grace and mercy, we are overcomers, we are more than conquerors. As we seek you with all our hearts and turn from our sins, your righteousness will reign and exalt our nation. By faith, we declare in Genesis 12, verse 2, over the Philippines. I will make a great name. I will make you great, and we will be a blessing. All this we pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senators Angara,
Present.
Binay,
Present.
Cayetano, De Lima, De La Rosa,
Present.
Drilon,
Present.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Present.
Ontiveros,
Present.
Lacson, Lapid,
Present.
Marcos,
Present.
Pacquiao,
Present.
Pangilinan,
Present.
Pimentel III,
Present.
Ho,
Present.
Recto,
Present.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Present.
Zubiri.
Present.
Senate President Soto III is present.
With 7 senators physically present and 16 senators virtually present for a total of 23, the chair declares the presence of a quorum.
Mr. President.
No, 16. Yes, the majority leader.
Yes, we're done with the roll call, Mr. President. We're done.
Yes, yes.
I move. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journals of the 32nd session, December 14, 2020, the 33rd session, December 15, 2020, and the 34th session, December 16, 2020, and consider the same as approved, Mr. President.
Any objections? Chair hears none. The journals are approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have a very long reference of business. If, with the permission of the body, Mr. President, if we can take it up a bit later, so that we can proceed with the third reading vote. With the permission of our colleagues.
Yes, if there is no objection, you may do so. We could go on with the approval of third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we vote on third reading, Senate Bill number 1877, and ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. Proceed with the roll call vote, Mr. President. Mr. President.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct the roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 1877, an act extending and enhancing the implementation of the lifeline rate, amending for the purpose Section 73 of Republic Act number 9136, otherwise known as the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001, as amended by Republic Act number 10150. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senators Angara, Binay, Cayetano, De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
Yes, yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto, Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri.
Yes. Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
The chair declares an abstention. With 19 affirmative votes, no negative votes, 1 abstention, Senate Bill 1877 is approved in third reading. Just for the record, the reason I abstained is for consistency, because in 2001, I abstained on the APIRA law. There was only 1 abstention in that vote and 1 negative vote. It was Senator Enrile and yours truly. So just for consistency, we did not believe in the APIRA. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve and vote for third reading, rather, Senate Bill number 1945. I so move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The Senate Bill 1945 will be read by the Senate Secretary and conduct a roll call vote.
Senate Bill number 1945, an act to further strengthen the anti-money laundering law, amending for the purpose sections 3, 7, 8-A, 10, 12, and 14 of Republic Act number 9160, otherwise known as the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001, as amended and for other purposes. Roll call vote, honorable senators. Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao,
Yes.
Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, no, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes.
Mr. President,
Senator
Mr. President, it's late.
Before I recognize Senator Poe, we will have to announce the voting first. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 1945 is approved on third reading. Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, I'd just like to manifest my thanks to our colleagues for the timely passage of this amendment to the AMLA law, especially for the guidance of Senators Franklin Drilon and also Senator Ralph Recto. Hopefully, the disagreeing provisions can be resolved in our bicameral conference with the House. Again, thank you to my colleagues, especially Senator Drilon and Recto.
All right, thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, to proceed to the number 3 item on the third reading measure, I move that we approve on third reading, Mr. President, House Bill number 1531. Proceed with the roll call vote.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will proceed with the third reading and roll call vote.
House Bill number 1531, an act changing the name of Pag-asa National High School in Barangay Rawi, City of Legazpi, Province of Albay, to Legazpi City National High School. Roll call vote, honorable senators. Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos, Pacquiao,
Yes.
Pilipinas,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 1531 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we vote for third reading House Bill number 1533, Mr. President. So move.
There is no objection. The Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 1533, an act changing the name of Ilawod National High School in Barangay Ilawod, Municipality of Camalig, Province of Albay to Camalig National High School. Roll call vote, Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes. Po. Where's Po?
Yes.
Recto, Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 19 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 1533 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we vote on third reading House Bill number 5740. I so move, Mr. President.
If there is no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 5740, an act separating the Tabuk City National High School Bantay Extension in Barangay Bantay, Tabuk City, Province of Kalinga, from Tabuk City National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Bantay National High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe, Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes.
Wala si Poe kanina.
Ayan dyan.
Yes.
Twenty-one. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes. 20? Oh, 20 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 5740 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we vote on third reading House Bill number 5741. So move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 5741, an act separating the Gindazan National High School, Mayag Extension in Barangay Mayag, Municipality of Bauco, Province, Mountain Province, from the Gindazan National High School, converting it into independent national high school to be known as Mayag National High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao,
Yes.
Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 5741 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading House Bill number 5742. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House Bill number 5742, an act separating the Lubon National High School, Mabalite Extension in Barangay Mabalite, Municipality of Tadian, Mountain Province, from the Lubon National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Mabalite National High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon, Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes. Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 5792, oh, I'm sorry, 5742 is approved on third reading. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on third reading and vote on third reading House Bill number 5743.
Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct a roll call vote.
House number 5743, an act separating the Dalanao Elementary School, the Burab Dalanao Extension in Barangay Bakari, Municipality of Paracelis, Mountain Province, from the Dalanao Elementary School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as Welly McClinic Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao,
Yes.
Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 5743 is approved on third reading.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
thank you, Mr. President. May we vote on third reading, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, House Bill number 5872. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct the roll call vote.
House Bill number 5872, an act separating the Ginaang National High School, Mainit Extension in Barangay Mainit Municipality, Bontoc, Mountain Province, from the Ginaang National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as Mainit National High School and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators. Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano, De Lima, De La Rosa,
Yes.
Drilon,
Yes.
Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao,
Yes.
Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, House Bill 5872 is approved on third reading.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. May we approve and vote for third reading as well, Mr. President, House Bill number 5744.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the title of the measure and conduct roll call vote.
House Bill number 5744, an act establishing a separate schools division office in the city of Canlaon, province of Negros Oriental, amending for the purpose Section 86 of Republic Act number 3445 entitled An Act Creating the City of Canlaon. Roll call vote, the Honorable Senators. Angara,
Yes.
Binay,
Yes.
Cayetano,
Yes.
De Lima, De La Rosa,
Schools Division.
Drilon, Gatchalian, Go, Gordon,
Yes.
Yes.
Ontiveros,
Aye.
Lacson, Lapid, Marcos,
Yes.
Pacquiao, Pangilinan,
Yes.
Pimentel III, Poe,
Yes.
Recto,
Yes.
Revilla Jr., Tolentino, Villanueva, Villar,
Yes.
Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President
Yes.
Soto III.
Yes. There are 21 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention. House Bill 5744 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have several privileged speeches for today, as well as approval of a resolution honoring former MMDA Chair Danny Lim. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, May we just start first with the first privileged speech requested by our distinguished colleague from Cavite. May we recognize Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson to avail of the privilege hour, Mr. President.
To avail of the privilege hour, Senator Ping Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise before you on a matter of collective and personal privilege. Looking back to last week's Committee of the Whole two-day hearings, I couldn't help but think that we've been had. Instead of having the information needed to aid us in our legislative work, mainly because some people in the panel of our resource persons who are in charge of the vaccine program were not forthright and honest in their responses to the questions raised by the members of this august chamber. Nevertheless, we find comfort from the wise words of Winston Churchill, who said, and I quote, "Truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it and ignorance may deride it. But in the end, there it is." At the center of the firestorm that had almost consumed the two-day-long hearings and had consumed us the most was the Sinovac vaccine for a number of reasons. First, it was the best and the worst defended among the list or among at least 7 brands of vaccines that the Philippine government has put on the table for consideration. Vaccine Czar Secretary Carlito Galvez Jr. and Health Secretary Francisco Duque III particularly were in chorus in claiming that we already secured Sinovac supply of 25 million doses. They claimed that we sealed the deal and have a locked-in agreement with Sinovac, and an initial 50,000 doses are already available for our vaccine delivery by February 20 onwards. Then, in a seemingly coordinated communication strategy, Presidential spokesman Secretary Harry Roque was announcing in a press conference that Sinovac vaccine was the only vaccine available from February to June, and Filipinos cannot be choosy, as in take Sinovac or wait until after June this year to be inoculated. When the Senate hearings raised more questions than answers about Sinovac, our officials were both tongue-tied and stuttering, leaving us with a string of flip-flopping pronouncements. Mr. President, I could not understand for the life of me why we are being kept in the dark when it comes to our price negotiations with Sinovac, while our neighboring countries could not be more transparent about it. Sure, our chief implementers have been invoking the confidentiality disclosure agreement, but what gives? In a statement released on October 14, 2020, by Indonesia's state-owned pharmaceutical company named PT Bio Farma, it was confirmed by no less than the company's president and director, Honesty by Bashir, that they have sealed the deal with Sinovac Biotech at around 200,000 Indonesian rupiah, or $13.57, or 683 pesos and 30 centavos per Sinovac dosage once it becomes available. Even the Thailand government has been transparent in its negotiations with vaccine developers. Thailand Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha announced last week that their government is acquiring 2 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine from Sinovac. Based on the infographics posted by the Bangkok Post, which had gone viral hours after it was released, we see that Thailand was able to procure the Sinovac at $5 or 240 pesos per dose. Secretary Galvez, in his interview just this morning with ANC, quoted a Thai mayor who stated that they are, quote, ready to spend 100 million baht to buy vaccines for 70,000 residents if they receive permission to do so, unquote. He said that from these figures, Thailand's acquisition of the vaccine per dose would be $23.47. We pulled out the article to fact-check the validity of Secretary Galvez's figures. Unfortunately, somebody must advise him to reread and review the article carefully to see that the mayor of Nakhon Yala was not referring to any particular brand of vaccine, much less Sinovac. Going back to my previous point, Mr. President, Indonesia and Thailand were able to acquire the Sinovac at 683 pesos and 30 centavos and 240 pesos per dose respectively. Will somebody explain the 1,814 pesos and 75 centavos per dose price of Sinovac vaccine, or 3,629 pesos provided by the Department of Health to the Senate Committee on Finance during our budget deliberations late last year. Easily, I'm reminded of an old story about how corruption is committed in 3 Southeast Asian countries. Under the table, on the table, including the table. Secretary Galvez, in an attempt to appease the public, stated in a television interview that the cost of the Sinovac, when purchased through the COVAX facility, will decrease by as much as 300%. I still have not heard how the 300% reduction is a mathematical probability, Mr. President. In the absence or in the vaccine procurement without China or Sinovac Biotech Ltd, for that matter, giving us a rebate equivalent to 200%. It has been days of prodding, but still no clarification whatsoever has been made. It has been days since I had my good night's sleep. At any rate, it appears that our initial lock-in agreement with Sinovac, comprising 25 million doses, will not be covered by the ludicrous 300% markdown. As discussed during the hearings, the COVAX facility only has an agreement for early rollout in February with Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine of a limited quantity. COVAX has also secured agreements for AstraZeneca and Moderna and signed agreements for Johnson & Johnson and Sanofi GSK. There was no mention of Sinovac. When I asked Secretary Galvez a direct question on whether or not Sinovac is part of the COVAX program, his answer was, nag-a-apply pa lang. Then, during our second hearing last Friday, WHO representative to the Philippines, Dr. Ravindra Abhayasinghe, disclosed that under the WHO program, low and medium income countries are all actually recipients of free vaccines through the COVAX facility. And in fact, the Philippines has an allocation of 44 million doses of anti-COVID-19 vaccines. As I was observing our resource persons from where I sat, right in this hall, I didn't notice any glow in their eyes, or at least an expression of pleasant surprise in their faces, which should have been the case for a normal person after hearing such a wonderful piece of information. 44 million doses. My God, Philippines, my beloved Philippines, at 1,200 pesos per dose as the estimated average cost made by the Department of Finance for purposes of transacting loan agreements with the World Bank and the Asian Development Bank, this would translate into 52.8 billion pesos worth of free vaccines. Isn't that wonderful, Mr. President? Yesterday, in another interview, spokesperson Harry Roque dismissed the initially released 3,600 price for 2 dosages of Sinovac as fake news. His exact words were, ang aking i-assure po sa inyo, fake news po yung kumakalat na 3,600 pesos daw ang singil ng China. Ang ating presyo, bagamat hindi pa maaaring i-anunsyo kung ano po talaga ang presyo ng Sinovac, ay hindi po nagkakalayo o hindi tayo lalayo sa presyo ng Indonesia na sa bandang 650 pesos kada turok. Early this morning, in his interview, Secretary Galvez clarified that the 3,629 price circulating on social media is that of the Sinopharm and not Sinovac. However, we must take note that Senator Angara stated for the record last Friday that the vaccine prices released by his office late last year, which included the Sinovac price and now going viral on social media, were furnished by the Department of Health to the Senate Committee on Finance during the 2021 budget deliberations. We dare ask, are Secretary Roque and Secretary Galvez saying that Secretary Duque was the peddler of that fake news? Imagine this, Mr. President. Marahil, kung sakaling hindi natalakay sa pagdinig ng Senado ang kontrobersya ng Sinovac at assuming natuloy ang orihinal na presyong 3,629 or $38 kada dalawang bakuna o 1,814 pesos equivalent to $19 kada turok kontra $5 sa Thailand. Easily, the price difference of 14 for 25 million doses would fetch 350 million US dollars or 16.8 billion pesos. That being said, I am not prepared to accuse anyone, particularly of corruption. Rather, it defies logic to suspect at least an attempt to overprice the vaccine. Again, when there is an attempt at overpricing, isn't it also logical to think na may kikita ng limpak na salapi? When the Pfizer issue came about, we asked, who dropped the ball? We haven't even gotten a clear answer, Mr. President. And now, on the Sinovac vaccine, we ask, who dropped the price? Mr. President, in any case, if indeed it is true that the government was able to bring down the cost of from 3,600 pesos for 2 doses of Sinovac biotech vaccine named CoronaVac or 1,800 per dose to 650 pesos per dose or at least 60% than the previous DOH figures, well and good. We can say that the Senate, through the Committee of the Whole hearings, triggered by Senator Kiko Pangilinan's Senate resolution, has done its fair share in protecting the public coffers and saving our people billions of pesos in the national vaccination program. Not to mention that this is also attributed to the collective effort of our netizens to demand transparency from our chief implementers on our government's negotiations with the controversial Sinovac Biotech Limited. Mr. President, true to their tactic, if you cannot convince them, confuse them. Our vaccine program officials brought more confusion and bewilderment in their rush to procure Sinovac. And luckily for them, we do not get confused easily. Notwithstanding the lack of emergency use authorization or EUA of Sinovac in the Philippines, Secretary Galvez was positive that we will have a rollout of the vaccine next month and onwards. In his words, as if speaking on behalf of the Food and Drugs Administration, yung EUA po ng Sinovac ma-approve po before February 20. Maganda ang arrangement natin kasi may darating kada buwan, unquote. We know for a fact that stringent conditions have to be complied with before the FDA issues an EUA for a COVID-19 vaccine. This is a condition sine qua non to the use of any vaccine in the Philippines. Needless to say, the assurance made by Secretary Galvez that Sinovac will be approved before its supposed rollout somehow sends an impression of undue preference for the Sinovac over other available vaccines. It also poses the question, are we not preempting the independent evaluation of the Food and Drugs Administration with such pronouncement from the chief of the National Vaccine Program? On top of this, FDA also claimed that they have not yet started their assessment of the Sinovac application since the results of its phase 3 clinical trials have yet to be released. With no FDA approval from any stringent regulatory authorities and no results of phase 3 trials for EUA approval in this country, why do our officials keep on blowing their horns about Sinovac? When pressed further, Secretary Galvez averred that they have no obligation to buy from Sinovac until they meet certain conditions. Even our path of procurement raises eyebrows, Mr. President. In a pronouncement made by the President, he said that government-to-government transactions will be better than dealing with private pharmaceutical companies because it will lessen the possibility of entering into anomalous deals. In an interview of Secretary Galvez, he was also quoted saying, ang Sinovac ay G2G lang ang arrangement. Mr. President, will somebody explain why our vaccine SAR claims that in procuring Sinovac, we only follow government-to-government transaction, yet in his testimony last Friday, upon questioning by the Minority Leader Franklin Drilon, he contradicted himself once more in saying that they're dealing with a certain Helen Yang, who is an executive of a private firm, Sinovac Biotech Limited, based in Hong Kong. A quick Google search on Miss Helen G. Yang shows that she used to be the manager for international business development at Sinovac Biotech Limited and is presently the investor relations contact of this Beijing-based biopharmaceutical company. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, scientists and experts have been trumpeting the importance of phase 3 clinical trials in evaluating the human health outcomes of any new test or treatment. When it comes to developing a new vaccine, this is the stage where tests are conducted on larger populations and in different countries and regions to evaluate its safety and efficacy. Over the past weeks, our people in various platforms have been demanding answers on why we are selecting a vaccine with a higher price but with relatively lower efficacy rates or with lower number of individuals tested in trials when compared to other available vaccines. Last hearing, Mr. President, I raised the question on the calculation of the efficacy rate of Sinovac in the clinical trials conducted by Sao Paulo Butantan Biomedical Center in Brazil. Using the formula on efficacy rate of vaccine by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, which is measured by calculating the risk of disease among vaccinated and unvaccinated persons or placebo group, and determining the percentage reduction in risk of disease among vaccinated persons relative to unvaccinated persons. Simply put, efficacy rate is equal to 1 minus the relative risk or risk ratio, or RR. It appears, using the CDC formula, that the efficacy rate of 50.4% actually represent the risk ratio. And the more accurate and complete calculation of efficacy rate is 49.58%, well below the acceptable threshold set by the WHO. FDA Director General Eric Domingo and Philippine Medical Association Representative Dr. Lulu Bravo both agreed that this is the standard formula of calculating the efficacy rate. Anyway, I better leave the matter to our experts for scrutiny and analysis while we await the results of phase 3 of the trials. Early on his administration, President Duterte claimed that he would not follow the government's lowest bid rule in awarding contracts for government, as this usually results in substandard equipment, projects, and services and leads to corruption. I agree with him fully in this regard, Mr. President, but with a caveat that quality must be an indispensable consideration. Relative to the procurement of vaccines, it must be pointed out that in terms of cost and quality, Sinovac ranks as the second most expensive vaccine with its efficacy rate falling among the lowest tiers compared to others. Thus, the issue with Sinovac is not just a matter of price, but more importantly, that of efficacy. We face a serious dilemma not only in sourcing vaccines, but most importantly, in winning public trust and confidence. With the recent poll showing that only 25% of Filipinos are willing to be vaccinated, while 28% won't get the vaccine and 47% are undecided, there's much to do in advancing our agenda. We should start with transparency, openness, and competence for the best interests of our people. They have the right to be informed of their options, to choose or to refuse. They deserve no less. Mr. President, surviving the coronavirus is an immense challenge as it is. In the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is unfortunate that so much of our people's energy have been wasted on unneeded and demoralizing matters, such as the issues on incompetence, greed, and corruption, among others. With all due respect to our distinguished colleague, the Honorable Grace Poe, and her mom, Ms. Susan Roses, let me propose to amend a famous statement she made a few years ago. Thus, ang incompetent ay bunsong kapatid ng sinungaling at magnanakaw. Mr. President, allow me to share a portion from this representation and Senator Ronald De La Rosa's back and forth gentleman to gentleman or cavalier to cavalier chat, if I may, with Secretary Galvez yesterday. The long and short of it is that it was suggested that we proceed to the holding of an executive session as proposed by the Majority Leader, Mig Subiri, in order for us to be able to get the responses to our unanswered questions during the two public hearings. In sum, Secretary Galvez agreed to reveal the prices of the vaccines, among others, under certain conditions, which of course I will leave to the Senate President and this august body to decide. Lastly, let me end this privileged speech with a portion of an article written by one of World Bank's known executives, Mr. Ferid Belhaj. He said, and I quote, "Tragedies, whether natural or man-made, have a tendency to bring people together, lest we forget that human solidarity will be our most powerful defense against human suffering." Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you. Before I recognize Senator Joel Villanueva, do I take it that your privilege speech means that you are suggesting that we continue with the public hearing of the Committee of the Whole? Because the last Friday, I merely adjourned that hearing on that day. I did not terminate. There was no motion to terminate, or I did not terminate the hearing, the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the very least, we should hold an executive session as suggested or as proposed by our Majority Leader, Senator Subiri.
We therefore have to convene the Committee of the Whole and then convert into an executive session. We can do that, but there are certain parameters that we need to do. That is to be done. But the reason for the executive session is that there is confidentiality in the prices. Why are the other countries there is no confidentiality?
Your guess is as good as mine, Mr. President, because Thailand, Indonesia, even the United States and other countries all over the world have been announcing the prices of their vaccines or how much they would pay.
The prices of the different vaccines. They have been mentioning that, di ba?
That is correct, Mr. President.
But here in the Philippines, the confidential on the prices.
Well, we research something in this regard, some sources, and it is really a matter of confidentiality that even other countries like the United States adhere to, Mr. President. There is an existing confidentiality disclosure agreement between the supplier and the buyer, and that would include the price or the prices of the vaccines.
All right, we
So,
will leave it to you and the majority leader then later afterwards. In the meantime, I recognize Senator Joel Villanueva.
Mr. President, Senator Drilon, with the permission of Senator Villanueva, was also trying to interject your discussions.
Just on the confidence
but,
issue. Just on
If
the
you don't mind,
confidence.
we always give preference to who's physically present. So, Senator Villanueva, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will not be taking long in asking questions, Mr. President. But first of all, Mr. President, may I put on record what the Bible says, to give honor to whom honor is due. And we'd like to commend and acknowledge the leadership of the Senate President for taking the cudgels in calling for a committee of the whole hearing. And it took us almost a week, Mr. President, to deliberate on for about 8 to 9 hours per Senate hearing. And you were there, Mr. President, together with our dear colleague from Cavite, Senator Lacson. And so we'd like to put that on record and commend the efforts of the Senate President and the entire Senate as a whole, Mr. President. And let me also put on record my sincerest thanks to the distinguished gentleman from Cavite for rising today and taking the cudgels of raising these very concerning issues at hand, Mr. President. In fact, I think all of us would agree that we have covered a lot of things. But yes, I also would like to put on record that I have some reservations on whether or not we will terminate the committee of the whole. In fact, after last Friday, the majority leader texted this representation and asked about the motion on the call for executive session. And I was actually having some reservations, Mr. President, on whether to raise it during the hearing. But I'm glad that the gentleman from Cavite is somehow pushing for a continuation or at least an executive session for that matter, and I would support that. May we know if the distinguished gentleman from Cavite would yield to some clarificatory questions, 2 to 3 questions, Mr. President.
certainly, from the gentleman from Bulacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's also a positive development that during our hearing, our Senate resolution number 598, was also tackled during our hearing. If you recall, Mr. President, during the first hearing, the presentation of the Department of Health does not include essential workers. But I'm glad that when IATF Chief Secretary Galvez made the presentation, he included the essential workers. Unfortunately, even as we asked a lot of questions about the breakdown of essential workers, we couldn't get the exact figures. But they committed to bring and submit the list of 18 million, from 8 million to 10 million. Now it's 18 million essential workers included in the priority list of the government. My first question, distinguished gentleman, our dear colleague from the province of Cavite, would you say that it is a question of incompetence or just a question of lack or yung sinasabi ho natin during the hearing, malaking problema sa komunikasyon yung nangyari? Because it appears, Mr. President, and I'd like to ask this question to the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, on whether or not he feel that there is somehow or appears to be a VIP treatment on Sinovac vaccine. Because at first, Mr. President, we were all made to believe, and I was there, I was seated beside the gentleman from Cavite when I heard the word, it's secured, we're locked in, secured, locked in, at padating na yung vaccine natin. And in fact, during that time, during the first hearing, the distinguished gentleman from Cavite in this representation were asking, why are we not divulging or disclosing the particular brand that will land in the Philippine shores? When in fact, during the hearing, someone inside the palace is already talking about the brand and the date that this Sinovac vaccine will arrive in the Philippines?
It may be a combination of incompetence and an attempt, at the very least, an attempt, no, to at overpricing. During our Viber chat with Secretary Galvez, and I'd like to seek the permission of Senator De Lorazo to reveal some portions of that discussion that we had, the three of us. It was expressed that, naaawa kami kay Presidente Duterte kasi baka napapalusutan dahil sa tiwala niyang sobra sa kanyang mga tao. Yun ang isang portion ng aming discussion yesterday as we were, the three of us, being cavaliers or graduates of the Philippine Military Academy. We were comforting each other, actually. And we also expressed our disappointments, Secretary Galvez expressing his own disappointment over the seeming lack of trust of some of the members of the Senate towards their team, yung sa vaccination program. Ako naman also expressed my disappointment on a statement attributed to him, accusing the Senate of demonizing the efforts of the vaccination team, the program team, in securing the vaccines that are needed by our countrymen. So more or less ganun ang gulong until we arrive at a conclusion or an agreement at least that in an executive session, Secretary Galvez agreed to divulge the prices just to address the concerns raised by most senators, if not all, do sa issue ng transparency under certain conditions. And these conditions would include a commitment from senators, all those that will attend the executive session, to be bound by the confidentiality disclosure agreement. In fact, he even suggested that we sign a be party or signatory to the confidentiality disclosure agreement. And as I said, I would leave that to the Senate President and our colleagues to decide if indeed there's a need for us to sign the CDA. I was told by the Senate President, and I didn't realize that a violation or divulging the what was taken up during the discussion in an executive session would merit an expulsion as a penalty. So I leave it to the body. Probably after this, we can discuss in a caucus whether or not first, we will agree or we can hold an executive session. And second, if we will agree or accede to the request of Secretary Galvez to sign. I'm willing to sign. Because after all, we're covered by the Senate rules. So what's a signature, to commit ourselves or myself not to divulge what will be discussed in an executive session, only in the spirit of transparency.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Although, just for the record, I don't think it's necessary. Apparently, Secretary Galvez is not aware of the rules of the Senate. As you well mentioned, expulsion is even meted out to someone who divulges something that has been discussed in an executive session. That's even worse than a signature. That's just a signature commitment.
Tama po kayo, Ginoong
Well-
Pangulo, mas mabigat na parusa yun, expulsion. And I'm glad that the distinguished gentleman from Cavite divulged that information, that Secretary Galvez is actually willing to share the prices of these different vaccines. No, Mr. President, a while ago, while the distinguished gentleman was delivering his privilege speech, he presented the different vaccines and or for that matter, the particular vaccine Sinovac's prices from different countries of the world. Would the senator know if Brazil's negotiations with Sinovac Biotech Limited is also covered under a confidentiality agreement? Because I wanted to ask this question, Mr. President, because I encountered a router article last October 2020, and it says that the government of Brazil's Sao Paulo, Sao Paulo State signed a 90 million US dollar contract to receive 46 million doses of Sinovac, which means, Mr. President, a dose of Sinovac is priced at roughly $2, Mr. President, because 90 million divided by 46 is 1.95. Would the distinguished gentleman may we know if he is aware of this particular transaction in Sao Paulo, Brazil?
I also came across that news article that in Brazil, the price of Coronavac, this is the brand name of Sinovac Biotech, that the company that produces Coronavac, $2. But I did not include that in my privilege speech because I could not fact check kung totoo yung $2. Ang nakita namin na validate yung information about Thailand, no, allotting $5 per dose or per vaccine ng Sinovac.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, would it be because, for example, in Indonesia and in Brazil, they conducted clinical trials there, no? In fact, during the hearing, we were asking, for example, in Brazil, hindi pa tapos yung third phase ng clinical trial. Is it because of the fact that they did the clinical trial in that particular country, ganun kababa yung presyo?
Yes, in Turkey, they only had 1,200 recipients of the vaccines or volunteers. In Indonesia, I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's only 1,300 or 1,600 volunteers. So hindi ito enough to conclude yung efficacy of 91%. In Turkey, the efficacy rate of Sinovac is at a high 91+%. But since the number of volunteers is so small, 1,000 plus, mukhang hindi conclusive. In Sao Paulo, Brazil, ang volunteers nila nasa mga 10,000. But then, while undertaking the phase 3 clinical trials, they suspended.
Yes.
For whatever reason, I'm not very sure. So ngayon, kaya hindi rin makagalaw yung ating FDA because of, one, yung suspension. And of course, the lack of yung stringent regulatory agencies ng ibang countries. So, FDA Director General Domingo testified on that during our last hearing na they could not move yet because of the lack of data.
Well, the good news also, Mr. President, is that during the hearing, we were comforted by the commitments made by Secretary Galvez and the rest of the IATF leadership that they are not obliged to pay or to even to administer this particular vaccine without the approval of the FDA and the HTAC, etc. And I think that's a good news for our people na masisiguro muna na tama at maayos at epektibo ang isang bakuna na gagamitin sa atin bago ito gamitin. But again, yung naging question, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, is that paano ba tong confidentiality clause na tinatawag, no? Because in our Constitution, Article 2, Section 28, it's very clear that the state adopts and implements policy of full public disclosure. In all transparency involving public interest, the state shall exercise full transparency. So I'm glad that the Senate is taking that step of ensuring na hindi tayo naloloko at hindi din po tayo magpapaloko sa kahit sinong nag-aahente o nagpapanggap na ahente ng isang bakuna na gagamitin sa ating mga kababayan.
Yes. And first and foremost, this is people's money.
Yes.
And the Senate having the quote-unquote power of the purse, tayo yung nagbibigay ng appropriations. I think meron man tayong karapatan para magtanong kung paano gagastusin yung ating inappropriate under the General Appropriations Act. No? I remember the Senate President asking Joey Concepcion, yung sa Go Negosyo, how much do you buy AstraZeneca? And very quick yung response, $5, Your Honor. And then in another part of our hearing, the Senate President also asked Secretary Galvez, magkano ko sa Sinovac? sabi niya we're bound by the confidentiality disclosure agreement. So right off, makikita natin na mayroong double standard doon sa application ng CDA. Whereas the private sector was too quick to respond and disclose the price of AstraZeneca, which I suppose or I assume covered din siguro ng CDA. But Go Negosyo President or Head Joey Concepcion was very forthright. In fact, ang bilis ng sagot niya, nagulat din ako. So,
And perhaps
itong kailangan ma-resolve natin if and when we proceed na magkaroon tayo ng executive session. And other questions na left unanswered because there's still a lot of issues that we wanted to be addressed or be resolved, which our panel of resource persons, I think, and this is a personal observation, na hindi na na-address or they refuse to address.
And that perhaps, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, is the reason why a lot of people are raising their eyebrows o nagtataka sila at nangangamba. And again, this is not good news considering that 47% of our people refuse to be vaccinated. 21% still undecided. So it really calls for this institution to really look into it and again, promote transparency para masiguro na safe at hindi nagoyo ang taong bayan. Last question na lang po, Mr. President. I know a lot of our colleagues would like to ask questions. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, during the hearing, we were seated together, we were computing how much money is needed for that 32.5 million Filipinos because we computed, Mr. President, 22 million from the 44 million doses from COVAX facility, plus the 13 million, if I'm not mistaken, from the private sector.
17 million doses. Yeah.
Yes. And so it boils down to the remaining 32.5 million Filipinos to reach the herd community of 70 million.
When I recomputed, we should not count the 17 million from the private sector because one half of that, 50%, would be donated. So we're only counting 8.5 million out of the 17 million. So that's 44 million doses plus 8.5 million doses plus another 14 million doses from the LGUs. So instead of 33.25 million Filipinos left, nagagastusan ng national government, nasa mga 36 plus million Filipinos out of the targeted 70 million na mababaksinate kasi yun ang tinanong ko, ano ba yung universe, ano ba yung number, yung total number? And the answer was 70 million because hindi kasama yung below 16 years old. So 70 million minus so many, mukhang ang gagastusan na lang ng national government nasa mga 36.75 million Filipinos. So kung i-compute natin at ewan ko na, hindi ko na kayang computein.
I have here with me, Mr. President, the 36, if you multiply it by 1,200,
200, yeah.
That's 43 billion 200 million.
Only out of the 70 billion that we put under the unprogrammed appropriations.
Yes.
So medyo sobra.
Yes.
And that would be a good guide or information to be shared with the Department of Finance officials para bawasan na lang yung utangin. He said na...
That's exactly my point, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. My last point that I'd like to raise is the fact that you look at the articles, the statements made by the Department of Finance, meron daw po tayo, we're seeking additional loan totaling $800 million from ADB and World Bank. I don't know the breakdown, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, but how are we supposed to get answers when, again, the contracted prices of the vaccines we are planning to procure is not transparent or cannot be disclosed?
Yes, but yung prices ng vaccines, hindi naman to standard, hindi pare-pareho. For example, yung Moderna that is being procured by the private sector again. And I received a call from Ambassador Romualdez last night, and I heard that they have already concluded, along with Mr. Ricky Razon, yung negotiation with Moderna. And the Senate President informed us this afternoon before the session started that the government is only capable of procuring 10 million out of the 20 million lock-in doses of vaccines, yung Moderna. But Moderna is quite, is relatively expensive because parang nasa mga 3,900 pesos.
The one, yeah. Yes, yes.
So
Mr.
on the
President.
average, kaya nga in-estimate ng Department of Finance for purposes of transacting loans with ADB and World Bank and other multilateral and bilateral institutions, pinegnan nila sa 1,200 per dose.
Average.
So kung yun ang average nga, and as you said, marami ng Pilipino yung malilibre, ang maiwanan na lang, as you computed, nasa mga 38, 39 billion pesos na requirement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And again, we'd like to commend this institution because the Senate anticipated already, despite the fact that we don't have the figures. It appears, and during the hearing, it came out, the DOH secretary and the other officials, DOF officials, were saying we have enough funds to attain that 70 million Filipinos being vaccinated by hopefully by the end of the year, and that we would be able to get the herd
Manifest,
community na tinatawag. Again,
Yes.
Mr. President,
Let us
maraming
not
salamat.
forget also to commend the netizens. Sila yung mga partner watchdog. Tayo, nagbibigay ng information based on what we gather from the resource persons. But it is actually the netizens who keep vigilant, or who are vigilant in making sure that we are not wasting people's money.
Again, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my distinguished colleague from Cavite, for answering these questions. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo.
Yes, thank you. Earlier, Senator Subiri mentioned that the minority leader was seeking the floor earlier. So the minority leader, Senator Drilon, is recognized.
Senator Drilon, Senator Drilon, can I just manifest that the price of Moderna is $52? We were part of it, so we know it's $52 per person. $26 per dose. Okay, that's the only manifestation I want to make. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Senator
So-
Drilon, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And will the gentleman from Cavite yield the floor to a few questions?
Certainly from the distinguished minority leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The confidentiality disclosure, or whatever the official title is, the confidentiality agreement has been cited several times. I've heard it from Cavite, mentioned it several times as the basis for the request for the executive session. First question is a confidential agreement, and for whose benefit is a confidential agreement signed?
I don't know, Mr. President, who will benefit from a confidentiality disclosure agreement. That's why I myself was wondering a while ago when I was in discussion with my staff, kung sino yung nag-impose ng confidentiality disclosure agreement, particularly on the price or prices of vaccines. Because pagka may competition, mas gusto ng mga suppliers, sinasabi nila yung presyo para kung mas bababa sila, they're more competitive. Mas pipilian sila. Unless yung buyer mismo nag-i-impose for reasons that they only can explain.
Yes. Obviously, at this stage, we could not give a definite conclusion as to who will benefit from this. Certainly, I do not know if anyone will assert that it is to the benefit of the public that the confidentiality, that there is a confidential disclosure agreement. But having said that, Mr.
Mr. President, if I may,
Yes.
I would understand kung ang covered ng CDA, yung formulation or yung process ng paggagawa ng vaccine. Kasi kung yun ang covered, we would fully understand because they'll be protected from imitations. Pero pagka yung presyo, parang medyo stretch na yata yan, Mr. President.
That is why, Mr. President, I am raising this question because precisely I want to put it on record that this I think there is an erroneous assertion of the confidentiality agreement, especially, Mr. President, if we look at the Constitution, which Article 3, Section 7 expressly provides that the right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. That's enshrined in the Constitution. And as interpreted in the case of Chavez versus Public Estates Authority, the Supreme Court said, quote, "We rule, therefore, that the constitutional right to information includes official information on ongoing negotiations before a final contract." There was the Supreme Court even gave this a liberal interpretation so that all the public has the right to know even before the final agreement and signing of a final contract. But we even step back a bit and concede that there may be public necessity or public that the public order, which is a recognized exception, may be invoked. But I do not understand it, and I do not
And that could
understand
bring
it.
us, Mr. President, that could bring us to another issue or concern. What if the Supreme Court rules that the agreement, the purchase agreement, is unconstitutional? So,
Yes.
na-discarril yung ating procurement ng vaccines.
Kaya nga po hindi ko maintindihan. That is why I am for the record, I am not convinced that we should have an executive session. I endorse fully and I support Senator Lacson in his request that we should have another session, especially to answer the questions raised in his privilege speech. But whether or not we should have an executive session, to me, I have reservations. Why? First, it is admitted that the government has already signed a term sheet with Sinovac. What does the term sheet indicate? It indicates the prices, it indicates the volume, it indicates the delivery schedule, and therefore, and once we sign the supply contract, we cannot divert from what was signed under the term sheet. Does the gentleman recall whether in fact a term sheet has been signed by Sinovac with the Philippine government?
As what Secretary Galvez testified to during the hearing, yes, he said that they already signed the term sheet, but they have not yet concluded the final contract.
Yes, they have not concluded the supply agreement, but the supply agreement, if they're going to sign this, cannot digress from what are contained in the term sheet. Otherwise, what purpose is the term sheet for?
Yeah, I agree, Mr. President.
Would the gentleman agree with that?
I already answered. I agree, Mr.
And
President.
if the term sheet already contains the pricing,
Information.
the price for which we purchase, what is what insistence or the benefit of insisting on a confidentiality disclosure agreement? I do not see any from the point of view of public interest. Public interest requires that there should be full disclosure, especially in this case, that the terms of the agreement through the term sheet has already been agreed upon between government and Sinovac, if we are to believe the statement of Secretary Galvez. That is why the confidence of providing 25 million doses have been made. That it's schedule of 50,000 doses by next month is made. What is the basis of this if there is no signed supply contract yet? Obviously, the basis is the term sheet. All of these details, which will be included in the supply agreement that will be signed. The pricing is full of loopholes when we consider that there is already a term sheet agreement.
That is another proposition that I cannot understand, Mr. President, because kung meron na schedule na 50,000 and another 950,000 and then another 1 million, another 1 million, tapos wala pa palang nakokonclude na kontrata. I really cannot understand, and that's one of the matters that should be clarified even when we agree to hold another committee of the whole hearing or session, Mr. President.
We can only understand it, Mr. President, if we take into account the fact that a term sheet has already been signed and these are provided for in the term sheet. Otherwise, if there is nothing yet, then how can such firm statements be made? The only reason why no supply agreement has been signed is because upon signing of the supply contract agreement, down payments would have to be made. I repeat, down payments would have to be made. That is the case of AstraZeneca, where the private sector agreed to pay for the vaccines. And when they signed the supply agreement, they already made a down payment, part of the contract, and this became an obligation the moment the supply agreement was signed. The term sheet, however, already enumerates how much is the price, how much is the volume, when is the delivery, and the contract or the signing of the supply agreement is held in abeyance because the moment you sign it, there is already a requirement for a down payment. That's the situation, I think, that we are in today, and that is why, with more reason, that we should have a clarification. And as I said, I have reservations about executive session. The requirement that we sign a non-disclosure agreement, a non-disclosure obligation, to me is insulting to the Senate. I think it's degrading that somebody should require the senators, basta wag mong sabihin kung ano aming pinag-usapan. As the Senate President correctly said, we have our own rules, and these should be the rules that should govern, that we can get expelled if we violate our rules on executive session. Not the signing of an agreement not to disclose, because I repeat, this is degrading for the Senate as an institution to agree upon. Now, but having said, on another point, again, the issue of the pricing. Mr. President, I am in possession of what the Department of Health submitted to the Committee on Appropriations on
Finance
of Senator, and there clearly what the Department of Health said was that for an eligible population of 2.1 million, meaning if they're going to inoculate 2.1 million, the cost of the vaccine, just the vaccine, the basic, is 8 billion pesos. If you divide 8 billion pesos by 2.1, the per unit price of the vaccine is exactly 3,809 pesos and 52 centavos. Mr.
I think
President,
that's two doses. That's for two doses, Mr. President.
That's correct. That's for
3,629 is for two doses.
Yes.
One dose would cost 1,800 something.
Yes, the cost per submission of the Department of Health is 3,809.52 for 2 doses, which is so by their own admission, by the assertion of the administration, this is the cost, and it is perfectly legitimate. How suddenly it went down by what?
650.
650.
650 as per Secretary Roque, and he branded the 3,600 price as fake news. That's why in my privilege speech I mentioned that if that was the contention of Secretary Roque, he was actually accusing Secretary Duque of being the peddler of that fake news.
In fact, even 3,600 is fake news, I agree. Because the real news is that it costs 3,809.52, not only 3,600. So, you see, Mr. President...
So you agree with Secretary Roque na fake news yung mataas na presyo, Mr. President?
dahil mas mataas pa ang sinabi ng Department of Health. 3,000...
From Senator Angara, actually, Senator Angara manifested last Friday that it was the submission of the DOH that became the basis of his office's record na yung presyo ng vaccine, Sinovac, is 3,629 pesos and 75 or 25 centavos as submitted by DOH, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before I brought this to the session in plenary, I checked and double-checked the documentary submission of the DOH. And I repeat, the documentary submission of the DOH is that for a 2.1 million eligible population, the cost of the vaccine is 8 billion pesos. And if you make a simple division of 8.8 billion over 2.1 billion, the cost is 3,809.52. That's per documented data given by the Department of Health. So again, I do not
saying,
understand.
Mr. President, that that's an overprice, over and overprice?
That's I leave you to your own conclusion, Mr. President. But those conclusions have basis in what we have information we have received from the Department of Health. So if there is anything fake, it is the fact that only 3,600 is being attributed to, because the DOH itself said it is 3,809.52. Now, that is why, Mr. President, I have my very serious reservations about the confidentiality disclosure agreement. As you correctly said, if it involves the formula and other scientific facts on on how they came up with the vaccine, we can support that, but not the price. Especially, number one, there is already a term sheet which already determines all the terms of the supply contract to be signed. Number two, it's all over media on what the supposed pricing is. And in the documented submission of the DOH, it is 3,809.52. And now it has suddenly gone down to about, 700 or whatever. And it reminds me, if you recall, Mr. President, when you and I were looking at the PhilHealth issue, the PhilHealth started officially by allowing a reimbursement of over 8,000 pesos for testing. And I'm sorry, for testing. For PCR. PCR. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. They said 8,000 is the amount that can be reimbursed. When we started to raise the issue and started disputing the reasonableness of 8,000, they reduced it to about, 4,000, if I recall correctly. This indicates that, so we have the when we raised the issue, then they reduced it suddenly. Why do they have to wait for such for such circumstance. In this particular case, when you started, Mr. President, when Senator Lacson started and the media started raising issues on the price, which I repeat, under the computation of the Department of Health, is 3,809.52 pesos for every 2 doses. They suddenly said, we can reduce it to nearly the price of the Indonesian cost. Why does it have to take this? Why does it have to go this far? It only shows, Mr. President, that an effective monitoring and exercise of the check and balance power of the Congress can bring benefit to the public. And here it is very clear that the debate that resulted from the pricing resulted in a lower, if we are going to believe Secretary Roque, a much lower cost of vaccine to the benefit of the public. So I submit, Mr. President, I concur and endorse the proposal to have another hearing. The issue of executive session, I have my reservation, but I am willing to be subjected to the rule of the majority insofar as the executive session is concerned. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time, and thank you.
Mr. President, I only put forward the idea of holding an executive session as a step backward, so we can get enough information, especially or particularly on the price or prices of vaccines. Now, since you exercise a great moral influence over the majority leader, I think you can have your way in holding an open session instead of an executive session, Mr. President.
Mr. President, before we recognize Senator Grace Poe, may I just react to the mention of my name on the executive session? Mr. President, on the matter of the executive session, it was obvious that they refused to answer. No matter what we did, they will always invoke their confidentiality agreement. I wanted to propose an executive session, not to ask them just about the price, but to ask them why are they invoking the confidentiality agreement, and to remind them that when government funds are involved, transparency is at its utmost importance. As a matter of fact, the League of Governors president was a former Supreme Court Justice Presby Velasco, and every time I mentioned that, he kept nodding his head and agreeing with me that you cannot invoke confidentiality when it comes to government funds. Kasi hindi pwedeng ganun, kasi we will be open to all sorts of, my goodness, in every transaction, confidentiality na lang. Wala na talaga. Ubus na pera, kaba ng gobyerno, pagkaganyan. There will be no transparency. So that was the basic reason, Mr. President. Not because I wanted to keep it under wraps, even when we had executive session. Maybe we can come up with the parameters. But again, I will give in to the wishes of the majority, what the majority wants. I just wanted to seek answers from them. What the reason was for the confidentiality agreement, more so that we can be transparent with every action done by the executive. Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to thank from the bottom of my heart, not just as a senator, but more important as a Filipino, Senator Lacson and also Senate President Soto, for having this very productive discussion on the vaccines. We ourselves are in the Senate and we are at a loss. What more the public? That's why that is actually what's happening. That's the data coming out from the surveys. Naturally, if you hear stories about the efficacy of the chosen vaccine of this government, you will be worried. Mr. President, I'd like to ask the gentleman from Cavite if he's heard the pronouncement that we are averse to the Sinovac vaccine because we are colonial minded. Have you heard that? Somebody from the administration mentioned it.
Yes, I also heard that comment or remark, Mr. President.
Okay. But isn't it that allowing the mere source of the vaccine to trump science, isn't that a form of being colonial minded? Ibig sabihin, dahil galing sa isang lugar na mas pabor sila, kahit na hindi ito angkop sa siyensa o hindi ganun ka-epektibo ang kanilang produkto, ayun ang kukunin natin. Hindi ba parang sila yung colonial minded, hindi naman tayo?
Mr. President, what actually aroused our interest or curiosity, kasi sabi ko sa privilege speech, yung Sinovac yung most or the best and worst defended. Kaya tuloy tayo, nagkaroon ng interest na mag-focus to sa Sinovac. And here we are, dahil nga because of the controversies that were unearthed, we are about to save 16.8 billion pesos. Kung nasunod yung unang yung computation, mas mababa pa sa sinabi ni Senator Drilon as submitted by the DOH, because my computation was based on 3,600, not 3,800. No? And comparing that with $5 na bili nung Thailand, easily, ang nasave natin, kung hindi tayo nag-intercede, ang mawawala sa atin, 350 million US dollars or equivalent to 16.8 billion pesos in tax money.
Oh, Mr. President, di ba talagang parang pinagpipilitan nila itong isang kumpanya na ito eh? Di ba, isn't that a form of job pushing? Parang, di ba parang yun ang kanilang pinipilit nung sa ating mga unang pag-uusap. In fact, wala pang FDA approval, pero nag-commit na ilan ba? 25,000 will be vaccinated by February. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. President, and whoever was mainly responsible for pushing hard yung Sinovac, it became eventually their own undoing. Kasi kung meron nagpaplano rito, I also mentioned in my speech na wala naman tayong ina-accuse. No? We're not prepared to accuse anybody of corruption. But the fact remains that seemingly there's an overprice of so much if we insist in procuring this vaccine. So yun ang computation natin, Mr. President.
Mr. President, do you think, would you know who is pushing for this?
Let's attend the next hearing, Mr. President.
Okay. Isa pa, don't you think that our state security and our national interest is hinged on this issue? State security na rin, Mr. President?
Yes, probably, Mr. President. You may
Kasi
have a
diba,
point there.
kung nakasalalay dito ang kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan, kung ligtas sila dito or hindi, talagang security yan ng bansa, hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. So, I would like to also mention, since the good gentleman from Cavite had quoted my mother as saying, when she said in 2004, ang sinungaling kapatid ng magnanakaw. Totoo po yun, at tama rin na dinagdag ni Senator Lacson na ang incompetent ay tinutulungan ang magnanakaw. Diba? Kaya magkakakutsaba lahat yan. Pero siguro sa pagtatapos, sa mga nagsasabi na ang Senado pa ang nagtatanim ng duda, hindi ba trabaho natin na kilatisin mabuti ang mga pinapasukan nating kontrata, lalong-lalo na kung pera ng bansa ang ginagamit natin?
I couldn't agree more with that statement, Mr. President. We're coming from different directions. Yung interpretation ko naman yung ang incompetent, ang bunsong kapatid ng sinungaling at magnanakaw. Kasi yung incompetent, naive, madaling utuin, at madaling turuan ng corruption, madaling turuan din na magsinungaling. I thought I was coming from that direction, but as you stated a while earlier, iba naman yung direction ng pinanggagalingan nyo, and And it's enlightening to hear it from you, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, magkakamag-anak na yan. Pero yun nga, if you don't do your job properly, you're enabling these people who have less than pure intentions. Kaya, Mr. President, umaalingasaw itong kontrata na di umano maaring pasukan natin. At maraming salamat na nabantayan ninyo at kasama na rin ang ating mga kababayan na may tunay na malasakit. Kaya yung mga netizens na talagang nagtatanong kung ano ba talaga ang nangyayari dito. Gaya nga ng sinabi ng nanay ko, hindi lamang yung mga quotable quotes na yan. Ang isa pa pwede natin idagdag dito, huwag mahihiyang magtanong. So yun lamang po, Mr. President. Salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. President.
During the hearing, did I recall it right? Somebody mentioned that the company behind Sinovac has a case pending on bribery.
I think it was Senator Marcos, Mr. President, who mentioned that that Sinovac Biotech Limited has a history of bribing people. I think she was referring to the regulators in China just to get their CPR.
All right. Thank you. All right, Majority Leader.
Thank you. If none of our colleagues would continue interpellation, I move that we... Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Coco Pimentel, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Coco Pimentel is recognized.
thank you, Mr. President, with the indulgence of the senator from Cavite. May I ask just a few clarificatory questions?
Willingly, from the math genius of the Senate, who I immediately approached and inquired about the 300,000 reduction in price, and he himself could not provide an answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. So can we go to math, Mr. President? Can I ask Senator Lacson to please revisit the slide showing the report of CNN Brazil? Because the figure used is total symptomatic cases. If we want to be fair, shouldn't we include all COVID cases, whether symptomatic or asymptomatic?
That was a formula that we culled from the CNN report, CNN Brazil report, and we juxtaposed it with the CDC.
Yes, sir.
Formulation.
That is why that yellow row, symptomatic cases, that should added to that must be the asymptomatic cases, because if you get vaccinated and you get ill with COVID, whether you are symptomatic or asymptomatic, you must be counted. So I was just wondering, how come this formula, when I first saw it, only limited itself to symptomatic cases? So if I could request that this be revisited and the source also be doubly examined, how come asymptomatic cases are not considered?
Well, you have a valid point there, Mr. President. They did not consider including asymptomatic cases. As it is, as we see on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Which
they should, Mr. President. Which they should, because the purpose of the vaccine is actually to prevent the illness. So if a person gets ill, even if asymptomatic, that should be counted. So that is my point, Mr. President. And then
Yes, Mr. President.
I joined the call that we should hold another hearing, in spite of the fact that the hearing was adjourned by the Senate President last Friday. Because there are really still many questions that we need to ask, not only on Sinovac, where we are concerned about the price per dose, and to be fair to all, we should ask the price per dose of all the vaccines that we are considering. But of late, there have been issues or reports about adverse effects of the other vaccines, like 20 plus deaths in Norway coming
Pfizer.
from a certain vaccine. So
That's Pfizer, Mr. President.
yes, sir. So we should, in the next hearing, since this is a new development, maybe we can ask not only the vaccine czar, but also his panel of advisors on how they will take into account such reports, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree, Mr. President. Anyway, we can invite the medical experts who testified already last Friday, and we can invite them again, Mr. President. Of course, subject to the approval of the Senate President, being the presiding officer.
And then, of course, the standards that we impose on Sinovac, we should also impose on the other vaccines.
So definitely, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For example, nobody is questioning why we are interested in ordering 40 million doses from Novavax. Meron na bang EUA ang Novavax in any country in the world? Is it being used in any country in the world? Sa pagkakalam ko, wala rin. So we should also ask that question of the other vaccines, and even J&J is being considered, and wala pa yatang EUA yan, even in the US, ni walang any other country which issued an EUA for the Johnson & Johnson one-dose vaccine. So yun lang po pakiusap ko na the standards that we impose on the Chinese-made vaccine, maybe because it is Chinese-made, we also apply to the other vaccines, even though they are US-made, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree. Sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander.
And Senator Po, why is raising her hand? Interjection, ma'am?
After you, sir, I just have a quick
After me, okay.
interjection.
Okay. Anyway, konti na lang po sasabihin ko, Mr. President. The minister in charge of the International Department of the Communist Party of China, Minister Song Tao, has made a pronouncement which I have heard, and I have confirmed that China intends to make all of their vaccines a global public good. So, ang meaning po niyan sa akin is that they have no intention of profiting from their vaccines, which is more than two. Pagkakalam ko, meron at least 3 yata sila. So, I'm confident that at the end, when the price is revealed to us, because Secretary Galvez said that he will reveal the price soon, dapat ang resulta nito is that China, Sinovac, the company, will not be making a profit or money out of the transaction for the vaccines, because that is the commitment of their leader, President Xi Jinping, that the Chinese vaccines will be made global public goods. And that is how I understand it. That dapat po nga, kung pwedeng libre ibigay, libre, pero that's too much to expect. So maybe at cost ibigay po sa atin. So I am hoping that pagdating po ng panahon, when the crucial information is revealed to us, then we do some computation, hindi po sana tayo pagkakitaan na ng China because of the commitment of their president. But that was not only for the Philippines, that was for the whole world. And I heard that coming from the minister in charge of the International Department of the CPC, Mr. President.
That's a good development, Mr. President. Only that Sinopharm is a government corporation compared to Sinovac,
Right.
which is a private firm, private corporation. So I wonder how, of course, in China, the government is supreme over all other entities, Mr. President. So they can also exercise their influence over a private corporation such as Sinovac Biotech Limited to lower their price or to distribute vaccines at no profit.
And last na lang, Mr. President, I think Sinovac is now being used in the United Arab Emirates. Di ba?
No,
Marami
it's
naman.
Sinopharm, Mr. President. They're using Sinopharm.
Sinopharm ba?
Not Sinovac.
Not Sinovac. Okay, so basta just in case in a country, like in a country where Sinovac is being used, we can ask our fellow Filipinos, our kamag-anak, kung kumusta ba, ano ba ang experience nila with Sinovac. And I think, that the Indonesian president has been inoculated with Sinovac, if I'm not mistaken, sir, and also the Turkish president. Turkish
That is
president
correct.
also inoculated with Sinovac. So, sa tingin ko, we will get feedback. And then, yun na nga, there has been negative feedback regarding other vaccines. So sana in the next hearing, we will also raise this. So I'm glad to hear that the strict standards which we will impose on Sinovac, because it is made in China, will also be imposed on made in the US and made in Europe vaccines. So pantay-pantay lang po. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
I think
Thank you,
it's not
Senator
because
Lacson.
of that, Mr. President. I think kaya nga nagkaroon ng too much attention. Kung nagsimula siguro sa $5 or 650 pesos kagad-agad at the outset, wala siguro tayong pinag-uusapan ngayon Sinovac. Nagsimula kasi sa 3,600 or 3,800 only to find out na nasa mga 600 pesos lang pala. So, a normal reaction of Filipino taxpayers and policymakers like us, senators, would be to question or investigate more deeply ano bang meron sa Sinovac. That's the reason why we discovered all this information na nanganak, Mr. President. I think that's principally because of that situation na kaya nagkaroon ng maraming attention sa Sinovac. Not only because of the efficacy rate, because napunta na lang sa efficacy rate yung pagsasaliksik kasi nga napakataas ng presyo.
Sir, so uulit-ulitin ko na lang po yung narinig kong commitment ng IDCPC that they are going to make their Chinese vaccines global public goods. Ulit-ulitin natin yan. And si Secretary Galvez can quote us or can quote me when he deals with the Sinovac. Ganun na lang po so that we can get the best price. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Grace Bowes recognized.
just a brief manifestation again. Actually, I do agree with Senator Drilon and many of us here that an open hearing or a public hearing is much better. On the other hand, maybe the resource person should also know that they cannot but hide behind an executive session, because with a 2/3 vote from the members of the Senate, we can actually divulge the proceedings in an executive session. And this has happened a few times, if I'm not mistaken, during the Atio Castillo hearing that we had, and also some of the executive sessions that we had on Mama Sapano. So at least that's one thing that they should remember when they ask for an executive session, because otherwise, if we keep quiet on these matters, it will almost look like we are enabling them to continue with whatever unsound practices they're doing. Thank you, Mr. President. That's all.
Yes, Mr. President, earlier I wanted to ask the minority leader to get his opinion on the CDA, Confidentiality Disclosure Agreement, whether at to one point should it be invoked or be in effect. No? Kasi kung sa term sheet, naka-impose ito, up to one point, even after the signing of the supply contract, in effect pa ba yan o hindi na? Because if we sign a supply contract, it becomes a public document. And therefore, the CDA no longer or should no longer apply. And I'd like to ask earlier sana, nakalimutan ko lang, the minority leader to just to pick his brain on that issue.
Mr. President, in my view, Mr. President, in my humble view, all right, even if we concede that the terms of the supply contract cannot be revealed before signing, that kind of a condition.
After signing, Mr. President. After signing.
Until after signing. That condition should not be applicable to the term sheet. All we're asking for are the terms of the term sheet, which are already signed and executed. And therefore, there is no reason for the confidentiality disclosure agreement to be invoked. And let me again state, in my view, public interest is superior and should be higher than the confidentiality disclosure agreement, which is obviously for the benefit of the supplier. The confidentiality agreement is for the benefit of the supplier. But we have a constitutional mandate for transparency, right of information, Supreme Court decision sustaining the right to information of the public at every stage of the proceeding. So from what I said, my submission, Mr. President, is that there is absolutely no basis for the confidentiality agreement to be applicable here. But even if that, assuming arguendo that it is applicable, then but the superior right is the right to information, and we can just ask for the terms of the term sheet, because obviously the term sheet contains the terms. You know, the Secretary Galvez could not just say 25,000 will be delivered in the middle of February. On what basis is that? There is no supply agreement yet. That next March, the next delivery will be so many thousand vaccines. On what basis is that? If we have not yet signed the supply agreement, obviously it is based on the term sheet, which has already been signed and is a public document, and therefore access to that public document is recognized under the principle of right to information. Thank you, Mr. President.
I asked that question, Mr. President, because after the vaccine shall have been delivered and paid for, would COA be precluded from investigating or auditing the amount or amounts involved in the procurement of the vaccines?
No, Mr.
So
President.
may hangganan yung CDA, Mr. President.
Of course, Mr. President. And it is my position that we are not violating the terms of the confidentiality disclosure agreement if we ask for the public documents.
Yes.
What are the public documents? The term sheet is a public document if it's already signed.
Supply contract.
Assuming that the supply contract has not yet been signed, the term sheet is already a public document. It's already been signed, and which is the basis now of the assertion that 25 million is committed by China to be supplied to the Philippines, and the basis of the assertion that by next month, 50,000 doses will be made available to the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Your Honor, because of the pronouncement of China, the leadership of China, that they do not want any profit from any of the vaccines that will be coming from China. What do you think will be the effect if Sinovac came up with a higher price
Well, they should go to jail.
than what is...
As far as the Chinese government is concerned,
Oh, mabigat doon.
tama, Mr. President.
So most probably, it should be a warning to those who will insist on a higher price for Sinovac. Mabibisto at mabibisto eh.
Lalabas at lalabas, Mr.
Oh.
President.
Pag nalaman ng authorities ng China yan, baka death penalty ba yun? Yung mga nandoon.
Tsaka may extradition tayo with China, Mr. President.
Oh yeah. Oh.
There is. There's an existing extradition treaty with China. So those who will be implicated or impleaded along with, if it gets there, Mr. President.
Pag
Pwede rin
nagluko, nalaman ng Chinese government, may na-involved dito sa atin,
They can request for extradition.
Treaty tayo with China, padala agad. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I don't know if Senator Ralph Rector will still propound, but if not, no longer. Mr. President? Okay. With that, Mr. President, I move that the
Se-
speech of the gentleman
Senator
from...
Bongo is
Okay,
asking for the floor. Majority
may we
Leader.
recognize Senator Go, Mr. President.
Mr. President, just a short manifestation in relation to Senator Panfilo Lacson's privilege speech. First of all, I wish to commend my colleagues for our collective effort to help the government and our people in overcoming the ongoing COVID-19 crisis. This is a testament that through our bayanihan efforts, we can recover as one. Mr. President, in view of some questions regarding the actual final prices, if any, of vaccines against COVID-19, I urge the agencies involved to be transparent and prudent in using our limited resources. I trust that our vaccines are Secretary Carlito Galvez will always uphold the interests of the Filipino people when negotiating for our vaccines. After all, these procurements by the national government are done through multilateral agreements with fund managers such as the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank. Magtiwala po tayo sa ating gobyerno. I am personally aware na bago pa man nagsimula sa social media ang mga kuro-kuro at haka-haka, masusi na po ang pagtrabaho ng mga opisyal ng ating pamahalaan to get the best for our country and for every Filipino. The President's commitment has never changed. This administration will do everything to ensure that the national vaccination program, from approval to rollout and implementation, is safe, sure, and secure. Para kay Pangulong Duterte, ang kalusugan at kaligtasan ng bawat Pilipino ay nasa sentro ng programa natin. Ito ang responsibilidad na ginagampanan natin parati. Our officials will be measured by their adherence to the President's guidance. Mr. President, intindihin po natin na ginagawa po ng gobyerno ang lahat para makakuha ng sapat na supply ng ligtas at epektibong mga bakuna. May sinusunod rin tayong mga patakaran at proseso sa negosasyon at kasama na riyan ang mga non-disclosure agreements with the pharmaceutical companies. Nevertheless, as chair of the Senate Committee on Health, let me remind the national government that they are still mandated to ensure proper and full accounting of public funds used, and this should be disclosed to the public at the proper time without compromising the ongoing negotiations. I urge Vaccine Czar Secretary Galvez to explain the process without compromising the ongoing efforts to procure and administer as many vaccines as needed for our people. And out of transparency, maybe we can ask him if he can disclose the prices at the appropriate time to allay any doubts of the public, not only of Sinovac, but all of the vaccines. I continue my appeal to concerned authorities to expedite the process of acquiring vaccines and collaborate with the private sector and LGUs for the proper implementation of national COVID-19 vaccine roadmap. Huwag na nating pahirapan pa dahil lahat naman tayo nagmamadali dito at yun po ang inaantay natin, itong vaccine para unti-unti na tayong makabalik sa ating inaasam na normal na pamumuhay. Let us work together to ensure that no Filipino is left behind in the road towards recovery. Siguraduhin dapat na bawat piso ng pondo ng bayan ay hindi nasasayang, lalo na sa panahon ng krisis. Siguraduhin din nating makakabenepisyo ito sa lahat, kung kaya't patuloy ang aking paalala na unahin dapat ang mga mahirap, mga bahagi po ng vulnerable sectors at mga frontliners, lalong-lalo po yung sa mga malalayong lugar na hindi nga po alam kung ano po itong vaccine at saan po ito kukunin. To those spreading misinformation and taking advantage of the vulnerabilities of Filipinos during these challenging times, I also appeal to you to join the bayanihan efforts instead. Tulad ng sinabi ko nung Biyernes, kung walang katapusan ng pagdududa as legislators, why don't we legislate a law that not only to prepare for adverse events but also against those who are taking advantage of the situation para guarded po lahat at may penalties po. Ikulong o isama natin sa death penalty yung mga nagsasamantala dyan at nagkakalat ng maling impormasyon. Dapat po kayo ang unang turukan by lethal injection. Ang importante po, sana ay maumpisahan na po ang rollout at maturukan na po ang mga Pilipino ng safe na vaccine. Mas lalong matagalan ito dahil meron pong mga pagdududa. Kawawa naman po ang ating mga frontliners, kawawa naman po ang ating mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Sila po ang apektado rito. Kung lalong matatagalan pa, magtulungan na lang po tayo at magbayanihan po tayo sa mga kapatid kong Pilipino. Magtulungan na lang po tayo. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Go, is the President aware of what's transpiring here in the Senate during the hearings?
Yes, Mr. President. I think he will talk later. Talk to the people niya.
What about Secretary Roque? Is he aware also of what's happening here in the Senate?
I'm sure he is monitoring our hearings, Mr. President.
Then why did he call fake news the report of the DOH to the Committee on Finance?
Baka hindi sila nag-uusap ng DOH, Mr. President.
Anyway, thank you.
One
Senator
question.
Lacson, yes.
just one question, Mr. President. Do you have a brand of the vaccine lethal injection? Or the lethal vaccine? Do you have a brand?
I'm sure, Mr. President, Senator Lacson is more familiar and knowledgeable about that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm sure that we all want this vaccine program to move forward with lightning speed. Ika nga kung sa Estados Unidos pa, Mr. President, with warp speed. And we hope that it comes sooner than later. But of course, without the sacrifice of transparency. Yun lamang po, di ba? Transparent lang po tayo. Mabilis, pwedeng mapabilis po yung pagbigay ng bakuna. Pero yun lang, medyo we have to know costs and efficacies. Yun lang po. So maraming salamat sa ating mga, lalo na sa iyo, sa President Soto, for your clear leadership on this issue. We thank you for that. We move that the speech of Senator Panfilo Ping Lacson, together with the interpellations and the manifestation of Senator Bongo, be referred to the Committee of the Whole, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. In that case, with the approval of my colleagues, we will schedule another hearing on Friday at 10 a.m.
Thank you,
We will
Mr.
send out
President.
the invitations. We will ask Senator Lacson for a short list of the important resource persons. All right. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. We have two other privileged speeches online, but maybe we can quickly adopt a resolution, Mr. President, with the permission of the body. I move that we consider Senate Resolution number 613 and 614. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Senate Resolution 613 and 614 is consideration is in order.
May we ask the Secretary, Mr. President, to read the title of the measure.
The Secretary will read the title of the measure without prejudice to 613 and taking
Taking
into
in consideration,
consideration
yes,
614 and
614.
without prejudice to inserting into the records the text of the said resolution. Go ahead.
Resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Philippine Senate on the death of Metro Manila Development Authority MMDA Chairperson Danilo Lim.
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President, may we recognize, Mr. President, Senator Risa Ontiveros for her sponsorship of the measure.
Senator Risa Ontiveros recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear colleagues, magandang hapon po. I sponsor Senate Resolution number 613 with honor and with gratitude, but also with a heavy heart. Hindi ko po inakala na sa pagbukas ng sesyon ngayong 2021, ang aking unang gagawin ay magbigay pugay sa isang sundalo, isang magiting na Pilipino, at higit sa lahat, isang tinuturing kong kaibigan. He didn't fulfill the adage that old soldiers never die, but he will never fade away. General Danny Lim, as most people who know him can attest, was an intellectual giant. Even as a young child growing up in Solano, Nueva Vizcaya, he was always known for his brilliance and perseverance. He dedicated his life to the pursuit of excellence, first topping the entrance exam to the Philippine Military Academy, and then making it to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Conversations with him were always provocative and provided a window into his thoughts, his ideas, and perhaps also his inner conflicts. This intellectual rigor was matched only by his patriotism. General Danny was a brave soldier. He was wounded twice in combat in Sulu and was named commander of the elite Scout Rangers. Bagamat may ilan na may agam-agam sa mga naging desisyon ni General Danny sa iba't ibang yugto ng ating kasaysayan, hinding-hinding matatawaran ang kanyang pagmamahal sa bayan. Nakasama ko at ang aking partidong akbayan, si General Danny, sa isang kasong sinampa sa ombudsman para panagutin ang mga nakaupo sa poder at sa pag-iit ng demokrasya sa mga mapanghamong yugto tulad ng state of emergency. We may have had opposing views on some more recent issues of the day, but I will choose to hold on to my memory of him as a fighter, a crusader, and a fellow traveler. At the end of the day, General Danny Lim, a man who fought the establishment, a man who fought for the establishment, was a man who put country over self, no matter the cost. My personal condolences, prayers, and tight embraces to his family, Representative Aloy, and their beloved daughter, Aika. Salamat po, Mr. President at mga kasama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe Senator Bong Revilla would also like to manifest as well as Senator Joel Villanueva. Mr. President.
Senator Bong Revilla is recognized, Senator Villanueva, then Senator Tolentino. Good.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a short manifestation. Ipinaabot ko po kasama ang buong pamilya Revilla ang pakikiramay at panalangin sa pamilya ng yumaong MMDA Chairman, retired Brigadier General Danilo Lim. Tunay na hindi matatawaran ng paglilingkod sa bayan ni Chairman Lim mula pa noong mga taon na bilang magiting na sundalo hanggang maging Deputy Commissioner ng Bureau of Customs. At lalong-lalo na ang kanyang mahusay na pamumuno sa MMDA ngayong panahon ng pandemya. It is truly saddening that our country lost another dedicated public servant, a man of courage and integrity. With his passing, nawa ang kanyang pagpanaw ay maging inspirasyon sa ating lahat na higit na magkaisa, magtulungan upang mapagtagumpayan natin ang krisis na dala ng COVID-19. Salamat po sa inyong tapat na serbisyo at sakripisyo para sa ating bayan. If the good lady sponsors, Senator Risa Ontiveros and Senator Cynthia Villar will allow, may this representation also be made as co-author of the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Gladly, Mr. President. Salamat po.
Mr. President, I also make a short manifestation, and at the outset, may I ask also our dear colleague, Senator Villar, Senator Ontiveros, to allow this representation to be co-sponsor of PS Resolution number 613 and 614. Mr. President, it was indeed
Gladly, Mr.
shocking
President.
to. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Tiveros. Thank you, Senator Villar. It was indeed shocking to learn the death of former MMDA Chairman Danny Lim last January 6, 2021. At the time when many proposals to resolve traffic congestion in Metro Manila were still at the discussion table, Chairman Danny Lim was already right in the middle of EDSA, or inside the MMDA's command center, initiating efforts, going back to the basics and commanding authority and respect. I am personally in awe for his evidence-based decision-making, and more so for his ethical, transparent, and reputable stance on social and political issues recently and in the past. Although he implemented strict discipline among MMDA employees, his tender love and care for his people did not go unnoticed. Under his helm, Chairman Lim prioritized the welfare of MMDA employees by ensuring they receive accident insurance and other appropriate benefits. Amid the protracted COVID-19 pandemic, Chairman Lim continuously reported for work at MMDA, unmindful of the risks, inspiring many and setting a good example to government workers, especially our frontliners. With the passing of General Lim, truly our country has lost a leader who served as a big brother for Metro Manila LGUs, whose he once described as a metropolis of 17 kingdoms. Bagamat napakahirap pong maging maestro ng 17 LGUs ng Metro Manila, gayon din ng Bureau of Customs na kanyang pinamahalaan noon, naniniwala po tayo na nag-iwan ng halimbawa si General Lim sa hinahangad nating mga katangian ng isang kawani at leader ng pamahalaan. Simple, mahusay, at tunay na makabansa. Our sympathy also goes out to the wife of Chairman Danny Lim, Revolusyonarong Alyansang Makabansa Party List, Representative Aloysa Chongson Lim, his daughter Aika, his entire family, and all his loved ones. Maraming salamat po, and may God bless us all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Tolentino.
Mr. President, just a manifestation of support to the resolution commemorating the death of MMDA Chairman Danny Lim. Mr. President, this representation as the predecessor of Danny Lim would likewise like to extend my deep condolences to the family of General Lim. I remember him distinctly as an avid marathoner, as a great military officer, having been a member of a PMA class 1978 before moving on to the U.S. Military Academy. Mr. President, I have seen him work, his work ethic, his par excellence, and Mr. President, sayang hindi na niya inabot yung mga inabot naming suliranin noong panahon namin ni Senator Gatchalian. He died before the inauguration of Skyway 3, which is meant to be one of the solutions to the EDSA traffic problem. Mr. President, Danny Lim is also a good friend. I was there when he took his oath of office when he was appointed by President Duterte. And Danny Lim, as he lived in pursuit of love for his country and dedication to service, will always be remembered. On behalf of this grateful nation and this representation, I convey my sympathy to the MMDA family, his personal family, loved ones, and he will be deeply remembered. Salamat po, Mr. President.
All right, one of the principal or one of the
Yes.
co-authors,
My
Senator
apologies,
Cynthia Villar, is recognized.
My apologies, Mr. President. May we recognize Senator Cynthia Villar. My apologies to the author. May we recognize her.
Maraming salamat po, Senate President Soto, my fellow senators. I'm privileged to sponsor the Senate resolution of profound sympathy and sincere condolence on the death of MNDA Chairman Danny Lim. While Danny Lim is known to many as the bemedaled and principled soldier who has stood up against the administration perceived to have tolerated corruption in the military, and also as the hardworking MMDA chairman who personified the role of a frontliner during this COVID pandemic, I know him to be a staunch ally and advocate of environmental protection. As chairman of the Senate Committee on Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change, I am privileged to have worked closely with MMDA Chair Danny Lim in our common efforts for the cleanup and rehabilitation of Manila Bay. He led by example. Danny Lim was the only high-ranking government officials who joined me and actively participated even as early as 6 a.m. in our regular cleanup activities at the protected area, which is the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, and at the Baseco in Manila. He enjoyed and appreciated the initiatives that we have been doing to clean up Manila Bay. And as MMDA chair, he did his part. Without much fanfare, he ensured that the relevant departments and sufficient number of MMDA personnel actively participated in the cleanup program that MMDA trucks that will pick up tons of garbage and other implements will be readily available, not only during ceremonial gatherings, but routinely as part of our daily activities. His untimely demise is truly a loss to our environmental cause. He will surely be missed, and our deepest condolence to his family. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. And also for the record, Majority Leader, this representation together with Sani Angara would like to be co-sponsors of the resolution to our fraternal brother, who is also a real noble traveler like us. Thank you, Majority
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. President. Mr. President, with permission of the authors, may I also be made a co-sponsor of this measure? With that, Mr. President, I move that we adopt Senate Resolution number 613, taking in consideration Senate Resolution number 614. I so move, Mr.
Any
President.
objection? Chair hears none. Senate Resolution 613, taking into consideration Senate Resolution 614, is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I
Majority
move that we resume the privilege hour and recognize our distinguished colleague from Zambales, no other than our distinguished colleague, Senator Richard J. Gordon, for his privilege speech, Mr. President.
Senator
Thank you,
Richard
gentlemen.
Gordon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon to everyone. I will tremble at rising today on this to deliver this privilege speech, especially during these times of pandemic, and also because, Mr. President, it is, as far as I'm concerned, unacceptable already that we see many of our compatriots die by the gun, by people who hide their faces, by people who run away at night in a motorcycle, by people who go into the homes of people and shoot them down, or by people who wait in ambush and kill other people. And I simply want to say that there seems to be a systems breakdown, Mr. President. Now, we have a PNPA academy, we have an academy which I support altogether, like UP and all the other schools. But really, it's about time that we start taking a look at who we're raising. Are they able to fulfill their mission based on the education that they were given? Mr. President, before I go on, I'd like to quote from Martin Niemöller when he said, "First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me." Mr. President, if we do not watch out, this is exactly where we're headed, Mr. President. Because every day, For example, every other day for the last 18 months of the year. And let me remind you, we ended 2020 with a very, very dastardly killing before our very eyes, videotape of a policeman after a long, long argument and in front of his daughter, who even said, "My father is a policeman," who had a very bad record of having 2 homicide cases, as well as not wanting to have an exam, ayaw magpa-examine sa drugs. Binaril niya ang isang nakakatanda sa kanyang babae at yung kanyang anak in cold blood. Shot them in the head several times, Mr. President. That was a staff sergeant, who I understand was also had been involved in several altercations. His name is Jonel Nuesca. And he brutally shot and killed Sonia Gregorio, 52 years old of age, and her son Frank Di Gregorio, 25 years old. A worker, Mr. President, who comes to Tarlac to visit his parents and then goes back to work as a pahinante in Dagupan. The policeman, Nuesca, binaril niya yung kanilang mga biktima point blank. Napakalapit, hindi ka na kailangan asintado. Kaya nga sinabi ko, in the presence of the relatives, lahat ng mga kamag-anak, and in front of his own 13-year-old daughter, baga. At talagang nagimbal ang buong bayan. Nangilabot ang buong bayan. We were all startled. How can this be? This is the protector of our people. And then again, Mr. President, on January 4 of the new year, 2021, Barangay Tanod, Joseph Labonera, habang siya ay nagbabantay ng quarantine control sa checkpoint in Florida Blanca, meron dumaan na motorsiklo at makikita nyo sa video, Mr. President, kung mapapadar yung video, at pinalampas siya muna at hindi na napakita na sinita niya. At pagkatapos ng ilang minuto, nakipag-usap pa siya sa kapwa niya Barangay Tanod at tumayo siya doon sa tabi ng poste ng kanyang kinaroroonan. At yan niya makikita. Harap-harapan, ayan, binaril ng ilang beses sa ulo, patay. Parang walang nangyari kay Nuesca. Parang walang nakakita kay Nuesca. Hindi ko alam kung pulis yan o sino man yan, pero parang walang kabagay-bagay. Isang tao na sasabihin mo, Tanod barangay, babarilin mo, pwede mo naman isumbo sa barangay captain. Pwede mo naman pahuli kung nag-aalipusta. Pero wala. Ang ginamit ay pinutukan ng ilang beses sa harap pa ng isang tao na kadadaan lang ng isang bisikleta sa broad daylight, Mr. President. Anong laban naman ng Barangay Tanod na walang baril at ganun katindi ang gagawin sa kanya? And then again, last night, a 64-year-old woman, pinatay na naman, while a 14-year-old boy was wounded in an evening gun attack, gabi, by 2 still unidentified men in Nueva Ecija. Dumaan sa kanya sari-sari store, nagtitinda siya, naghahanap buhay siya para to make ends meet. Pinutukan siya at pinatay siya. Now, Mr. President, one killing is more than enough. But alas, sobra-sobra na ang pinapatay sa ating bayan. Sa mga lampas sa taon, Mr. President, noong araw, target natin, adik, kuno. Nalalampas natin, eh, siguro adik lang yan. Mabuti nga, namatay yan. Pero para sa salitang ganon. Suspected criminals, siguro tama lang yan. Mga holdupper yan, dapat lang patayin. Eh pagkatapos, nag-iba na ang timplada. Lumipat na sa mga doktor na pinapatay. Pati pare, pinapatay. Sa Nueva Ecija, si Richmond Nib. Dito sa mga abogado na, ngayon ang binabalatan. Mga IBP lawyers, sunod-sunod. At mabuti na lang, ang presidente ng IBP ngayon ay nakipag-usap sa mga pulis. Eh pagka kinakausap mo naman, may nahuhuli. Katulad ng pinatay na sa mental hospital na privilege speech natin, itong abang niya yung likod, siya ay pinatay at doon sa kanyang kotse, habang nakaparada, si Dr. Roland Cortez, pinag-aralan niya magdoktor ng matagal. Naging NCMH director siya. Habang may COVID, pinadalan pa natin ng mga gamit na PPEs. At alam nyo, pinatay siya at habang park, kasama niya si Ernesto de la Cruz in a red sedan parked on the corner of Casanova Drive at Katandang Sora Avenue. At nakita at nakalagay sa tricycle driver yung gunman at kinatok pa sa pinto, sa bintana niya at binaril lang, walang pasintabi as they opened the door. Tumakbo na naman ang assailant towards Commonwealth Avenue according to the initial police report. Ngunit, pinalad tayo dyan. Nag-privilege speech ang inyong abang likod and in 2 weeks, hindi naman siguro dahil sa privilege speech. Ngunit dahil pinansin natin sa Senado, nahuli yung kanyang chief administrator at hinuli. Babae ang nagpapatay, Mr. President. So, hindi lang pulis. Naman akong galit sa pulis Pero sinasabi ko, maraming pulis na ginagawa ang kabutihan. May natatandaan akong pulis na hinold up yung bus at nakipaglaban siya at siya ay tinamaan. Si Joselito Lantano, currently assigned to the Police Security and Protection Group, on board a passenger bus along EDSA on April 4. Nang biglang pumasok ang 3 armadang tao, announced na hold up ito, and around 20 passengers were inside the bus. And according to a Facebook post by one of the passengers, one of the suspects fired his 38 caliber revolver inside the bus. He then started shouting at the driver. Sinabi sa driver, "Huwag kang papara. Tuloy-tuloy mo ang pagmamaneho." At si Lantano naman ay nagpakilala na siya ay pulis at nakipagpalitan ng putukan dito sa mga armed robber who then tried to aim his own gun at the bus driver. Then the policeman shot at the robber again, killing him. Naging bayani ang pulis na yan. Now, Mr. President, marami pa akong pwedeng sabihin at sasabihin ko. Kailangan natin malaman yan. At hindi na tayo dapat pumapayag na mangyari pa yung iba't iba mga bagay na ganyan. Lahat siyang killing na yan, Mr. President. With no regard for sex, race, social position, at kung ano man sila. Sabi ko nga, doktor, pare, lawyer, lahat. Filipino lives matter, Mr. President. Sabi nga doon sa Amerika, Black Lives Matter, but Filipino lives matter. Itong mga taong bumabaril, wala talagang qualms. Binabaril lang yung mga pinapatay nila in front of their family, inside their own homes even. They're not even afraid to shoot them in front of their children. No, ano naman kaya apekto po ang effect na ito sa ating mga kababayan? Sa atin mismo, ng mga senador ng bayan. Hindi mo ba kaya ang effect niyan natatakot ang mga tao? Sigurado. Wala sila masasabi, huwag ka nang makialam dyan. Wala tayong laban. Maliit lang tayo, baka tayo pa ang madagukan pagkatapos. Ano pa? Maaaring people ang sinasabi lang, walang pag-asa. We're hopeless. Hindi naman tutulong sa atin dyan And so, they begin to lose faith in the government because when people, policemen, or civilians ay pumapatay, wala na. O maaari rin naman sabihin ng mga tao, abay, gumawa na lang tayo ng tinatawag natin na vigilante para sa sine. Ang mga kababayan natin may take matters into their own hands. Magkakarga na rin ako. At magdadala ako ng baril. Ano pa? Maaaring ngayon, takot na rin sila dahil sa mga nangyayari. Takot silang makipag-argumento sa pulis. Takot silang pumara sa checkpoint. Meron pa mga chismis na pag pumara ka sa checkpoint, bubuksan kunyari sa sakyan mo na bawal gawin, lalagyan ka ng bawal na gamot or whatever, at kunyari, papalampasin ka, pagkatapos sa susunod na checkpoint, paparahin ka kagad, wala pa mga isang kalyan layo, bigla may lalabas na para sa iyo at huhulihin ka na ikaw ay may naikarga pala sa iyo. Ano nangyayari po? Matter of factly na lang yan. Nagiging manhid ang tao. O napupuno siya ng takot o puot. Habang lumalakas naman ang loob ng mga pumapatay. President, alam naman ninyo, ang tatay ko pinatay rin 3 beses, pinagtangkaan ang buhay niya. Pati bahay namin, sinunog para lumabas siya. Kaya medyo passionate ako dito sa nangyayari dito. With so many killings, with so much information na lumalabas sa media, social media at regular media, with so many lies in the media as well. Hindi natin alam kung totoo o fake. Ang tao ay talagang nagiging jaded, ika nga. Namamanhid na sila. At kapag manhid na ang tao, parang pinahinog mo na pwede na siyang takutin. And other people there would be, and then there would be more abuses and killings. Yan yung sinasabi. First they went, let's say, to the trade unions. Then they went to the communists, and then they went, and then there was nobody to speak for me. Ano-ano ba yung mga pinapatay? 1 year span, 2020 to 21. Kung tungkulin ko pong basahin yung mga ni-research ang staff ko, news monitoring po. Hindi ito official. Sonyo Gregorio, Frank Gregorio, alam niyo na yung story niya. Joseph Labonera, yan yung barangay tanod na walang pasantabing pinatay. Si Jimmy Tabura, retired Police Lieutenant Colonel Renato Malasarte. Barangay Chairman Anthony Velasquez, shot dead in his compound habang nag-garden. Christopher Amping Kwan, Mayor ng Libungan Town in North Cotabato, habang binibisita niya yung sabungan niya. Julie Ramos, 64-year-old, yesterday was shot inside her store in Nueva Ecija. Virgilio Maganes, commentator ng radio station DMPWR sa Palawan ata yan. Dr. Mary Rose Sanselan, babae yan, and her husband, Edwin Sanselan. Doktor yan. Binaril, pinagbabaril sa kotse. And CMH employee, Luis Fernandez. George Serrano, Jesse Reyes. Tanawan City, Batangas Mayor Antonio Halili, ang bumaril dyan ay sniper. Hanggang ngayon, wala pa nahuhuli. Acting Barangay Captain or Chairman Jason Bergonya. Mayor Cesar Perez of Las Baños, Laguna, doon sa loob ng kanyang opisina o sa Laguna, pinaslang siya. At ang sabi ay sniper rin. Villamor, journalist ng Dos Cantos Balita, binaril rin. Attorney Raymond Moncada, IBP. Major Marvin Indamog, Sundalo. Captain Irwin Managelod, Sergeant Eric Velasco, Corporal Abel Asula. Hindi ko nagkakamali, ito ata yung mga pinagpapatay sa Sulu. At na mga pulis doon sa Sulu. At ang masakit yan, Mr. President, ay pagkatapos silang mabagal masyado yung sistema natin, anong nangyari, pinalabas sila dahil di pa na pa-file ang gusto yung kaso. Wala pang warrant of arrest yung West, so may sakit rin yung mga West natin. Ano nangyari? Hindi na sila makita ngayon. Nagtago na. Makatarungan pa ba yan? Siyempre po, hindi. Mga Army Intelligence Officers natin yan. Pinagbabaril lang, walang awa. At pinalabas pa, sinungaling. Misencounter against police in Holo, the capital town of Sulu. At yan ho ang sagwang istorya na nakikita natin. Pati sundalo, pati pulis, pinapatay. Ito Manila Regional Trial Court Judge, si Maria Teresa Abadilla, kung sabagay yan, ang papatay sa kanya, yung kanya sariling clerk of court. Paano naman nakapagpasok ng baril sa loob ng korte ang dama na yan? Yung Attorney Eric J. Magkamit, si Attorney Joey Luis Hui, magaling na maabogado, galing sa Office of the Solicitor General. At dahil sa pakikibaka ng mga IBP na nakipag-usap sa Regional Director ng PIDEA, nahuli yung salarin, Mr. President. At may bonus pa. Yan rin palang tao nahuli na pumatay kay Joey Luis Hui 51 as he walked from his car up to the stairs of his office in Barangay Kasambagan, Cebu City, alas 1:30 ng tanghali on Monday morning, November 23, that morning. According to the city police, the suspects ran up to the victim when he opened the gate of the office and shot him, then tumakbo sa kanilang motorsiklo. And they arrested the suspect in the killing, Wee. At ngayon, meron pang itinuro ngayon si Wee na mastermind, yung pumatay kay Wee. Nananalo naman ng pulis kung talagang ipinibilage speech ko rin po yan dito sa tatandaan ninyo sa Senado. At nahuli rin po yan. At mayroon pa silang nahuli na pinatay rin yan na nagkumpisal na rin siya doon sa pinatay niya. On December 17, 2020, Attorney Baby Maria Concepcion Landero Ole. Landero Ole was murdered by two men, again, nakamotorsiklo, along the National Highway in Barangay Luok, Danao City, North Cebu. She was just driving her car on the way to Cebu City when she was shot. Abogado yan. In broad daylight by one of the two men on board a motorcycle that drove alongside her around 2:50 p.m. An autopsy showed two gunshot wounds, one in the head and another in the neck, while 5 empty cartridges were recovered from the crime scene. Nakakagulat, nakakagimbal kung gaano kalakas ang ginagawa nito mga tao ito. December 21, 2020, Justice Normandy Pizarro retired ng Court of Appeals. Nawala na lang siya bigla at natagpuan ang kanyang bangkay sa Tarlac at kailangan pang i-match yung DNA. At ang NBI Department of Justice confirmed the death on Monday, December 21. At yan ay pinikap siya sa casino sa Clark. Retired na siya. And his car was later found in San Simon, Pampanga. The autopsy showed that the judge was shot at the back of his ear. Yung judge, missing ang kanyang fingers. Tinorture pa po. When his body was found, authorities cannot determine whether the judge's fingers were chopped first before being shot or was shot first before having his fingers chopped off. I don't know why they have to say that because patay is patay. And thus it sends a message to all lawyers and judges, you are not beyond the killing. We are beyond the law. Mas mataas kami sa batas, pero kayo, hindi kayo makakalusot, papatayin namin kayo. And then recently, January 15, 2021, Attorney Winston Intong, kinundena ng Bukidnon, IBP. Ayan, isa sa pinakamayaman na bayan ng Pilipinas, ang Bukidnon. Intong, 53, was shot by two motorcycle riding gunmen while buying vegetables in a mini-mart. Bibili ka lang ng gulay. Just a few meters from his home in Malaybalay City. Ang ganda-ganda ng Malaybalay City. Around 7 a.m., Attorney Intong suffered a gunshot wound to the chest. Patay. Lagay niya na kunyari, sinasabi nila, nagtutulak ng droga yan. Hindi sila ang dapat maging judge, jury, and executioner. That is the rule of law, Mr. President. Sabi nga ni Robert Kennedy, whenever men take the law into their own hands, the loser is the law, and when the law loses, freedom languishes. Yan ang sabi ng Robert Kennedy, who himself was shot by an assassin by the name of Bishara Sirhan sa Los Angeles Hotel nung siya ay kumakampanya bilang senador. So, Mr. President, ang nangyayari sa dami-dami nito, at hindi ko na sinabi pa yung ibang mga pinatay, katulad yung mayor in 2013 na pinatay sa NAIA. Kasama pa ang kanyang asawa. Mayor ng Labangan, Zamboanga del Sur, Mayor Ukil Talumpa. Gunman aboard the motorcycle shot dead sa pinto ng bayan natin, International Airport. Kasama niya yung kanyang nephew, ang kanyang asawa na si Lea, si Salibudin Talumpa, 25, and Tomas Rilasan, an 18-month-old baby, Phil Tomas Rilasan. The baby who was hit in the head was a son of one of the 4 bystanders who were wounded during the ambush. On June 29, 1929, nabanggit ko na yung mga pinatay sa Sulu. At meron pa dyan, ito, masakit ito. Superintendent Hansel Marantan na involved sa rabout kuno, yun ang sabi, incident in Natimonan, Quezon Province, na inabangan nila yung mga magwiwiting. Kung di ako nagkakamali. At ako'y mayroon tiga Quezon na tumataya sa wedding sa aking staff. Ay siya unang nag-question sa akin, tiga UP to. At ang sabi niya ay dating Deputy Intelligence Chief of the Calabarzon Police yan, kunyari nag-checkpoint. At yung wedding operator na si Vic Seaman and 12 others in January 2013. The officers were dismissed from service the following year. Yan pang isang gusto ko sabihin, bakit ang bagal-bagal ma-dismiss? Dapat within 15 days pwede nang i-dismiss yan. Bakit nagtatagal pa si Nuesca bago i-dismiss? Mabuti ngayon, si PNP General Sinas ay pinadismiss yung dalawa ngayon na pulis na galing sa Sulu at yung isa dahil nahuling lumalaklak ng droga. At yan ay pinaalis na kagad, pinatanggal niya. So paminsan-minsan naman, tumatama. At, pero, ayan ho, masasabi ko pa sa inyo, no isang araw, sa Subic mismo, kauupa lang doon sa bahay, doon sa Kalayaan, ng isang puti na tao, pero pinagamit yung kanilang bahay sa Kalayaan, at ang nahuli doon ay 8 pulis, Mr. President, hindi 4. Yung 4 na police personnel kasama ng tinyente ng pulis ng Olongapo ay nahuli sila na sa laboratory habang gumagamit pa sila ng shabu at yung 4 na galing sa Zambales ay pinawalan. Hindi ko maintindihan at pinawalan. Dapat yun, under arrest lahat yan at dapat tanggalin ka agad sa pwesto yung mga yan. Kaya kung sino pa dapat ang nagpuproteksyon sa atin, marami namamatay ng mga tao na sa droga, yung pala, sila rin pala ang gumagawa. Yan si Renato Basa, Dinyente, Corporal Gino Pontecha de la Cruz, Police Corporal Godfrey Parentela, Police Corporal Edisir Alipio, umabot na ng corporal, umabot na ng Dinyente, mga kapatid sa Senado. Tapos may 4 pa doon sa probinsya na pinawalan. Dapat imbestigahin yan. Kailangan po, ibalik natin ang disiplina ng ating mga kapulisan. Dapat pairalin yung summary dismissal cases against erring PNP members na dapat ma-resolve under Republic Act 8551, yung Philippine National Police Reform and Reorganization Act. Dapat aralin natin kung bakit pinapalitan yung pakay ng batas na dapat mabilis hulihin, mabilis tanggalin ang mga talagang dapat alisin sa pulis. Katulad yung si Nuesca. Yan nangyayari, humahaba yung investigasyon. Mukhang mabagal yung mga nasa Polcom o kaya doon sa mismong nag-iimbestiga ng mga pulis sa IAS. At yan ho nangyayari. Alam nyo, nung ako po ay nasa Constitutional Convention, nilabanan ko yung concept ng Philippine National Police. I was the youngest delegate at that time. Sabi ko, may hirap po dyan. Pagka naging corrupt yung National Police Force, may hirap linisin dyan dahil buong-buong kapulisan ang tatamaan. Hindi ko naman po sinasabi lahat ng pulis ay may tama. Pero kung di natin pipigilan niya ngayon, talagang parang cancer yan, na para na rin tayo sa Colombia, na talagang ginagamit ang kapulisan sa kalokohan, sa droga at sa kapagpatay. At yan ang mangyayari sa atin, Mr. President. At ang gusto ko nga sana, pwede ang mga mayor humawag ng mga pulis sapagkat at least mananagot sila sa mga kababayan nila pagka hindi sila malinis yung mga kapulisan. Pero pwede naman natin i-combine yan. Pero ewan ko kung magagawa natin pa yan. When you have police officers who abuse citizens, you erode public confidence in law enforcement. This makes the job of good police officers unsafe. Parang si Sir Pico sa New York. Lumalaban siya doon sa mga kasama niya ang mga pulis na nagluluko. Talagang pinahirapan siya ng gusto. Ang author niyan, si Mary Frances Berry, yung nagsabi na yung mga abusadong pulis ina-abuse ng mga citizens, talagang lalong nahihirapan yung mabubuting pulis at pati sila nagiging unsafe. We cannot be a spectator, Mr. President. This is the game of life. I don't even want to call it a game. Alam nyo, naroon ako nabasa ng araw, madness is all to see life as it is and not as it should be. Doon sa Don Quixote de la Mancha, doon sa Man from La Mancha. Yung sinasabi, talagang ganyan, to see life as it is. Talagang ganyan, wala tayong magagawa. Ay not to see life as it should be. That is why we're here in the Senate, to make life as it should be. We make laws with a vision to make life peaceful for our country. Gumagawa tayo ng batas para maging payapa ang ating batas, para makapaghanap buhay ang mga tao, makaaral ang kanilang mga anak, at dapat tayo makita lahat yan. Katulad halimbawa ng ginagawa natin batas na plebs. Naglabi pa po ako dyan. Naglagay pa po ako ng 100 million 2 years ago. In 2017, panakiusapan ko, nabigyan ng 100 million para pairalin yan. Alam po ba ninyo, pagka pinairal yan plebs, kung sino man ang pulis, kung saan naganap yan, kayang tanggalin ng plebs, People's Law Enforcement Boards. Yan ang pinanggalingan yan. Kaya nilang tanggalin, at alam niyo po ba, pag ginawa yan, pwedeng disarmahan, kunin ng tsapa, alisin ang uniforme, pending appeal, nakakulong siya o natanggal siya. So napakalaga yan, hanggang general pwedeng gawin. Pero hindi po pinapairal yung plebs. Binabago ng binabago ang rules and regulations. We have a problem, Mr. President. Ang laki ng problema natin. Wala tayong problema, hindi tayo tinatamaan eh. Eh kung may tamaan sa atin dito, mga anak natin, mga kamag-anak natin, eh siguro, iba na magiging resulta natin pagka ganyan. Hindi ko binabatikos ang buong kapulisan. Yun lang mga salbayang pulis na dapat alisin. They are disgrace. Ano ba ang gusto? Tinaas na ang sweldo nila na mataas pa sa mga guro. Meron silang confidential fund or intelligence fund na napakalaki. Pagkatapos ganyan nasukli sa atin, dapat yung mga chief of police, dapat pag kami nagluko, tanggalin ka agad. Kaya inumpisa ko kayo na meron tayong PNPA. Doon tayo kukuha ng kapalit, Mr. President. Para kala nila walang papalit sa kanila. Dapat, di ba, pagka yan ay recruit, sinasama sa pagpapatrolya para matututo sila bago sila umupo. Pero ewan kung ginagawa yan. Kaya poor enforcement, meron tayong vision na maganda, sana mamatay. Lahat ng batas po natin namamatay sa mahina at walang kwentang enforcement ng batas. Mapunta sa health, mapunta sa edukasyon, mapunta sa police, hindi ini-enforce ang batas. Mina-magic ang batas. Gumagawa sila ng batas o maso na sinasabi nila yung implementing rules and regulation has become a third Congress, Mr. President. Kaya hindi umiiral, nilabi pa namin yung mag-asawa, yung plebs, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa umiiral, binigyan mo na ng pera, 100 million, naglalagay ng pera para magawa, walang nangyayari po dyan. Ayoko na usara sabihin ito, pero pipilitin ko na rin ang sarili ko. Republican 11235. Sabihin na naman lang, gusto ko malaking plaka. Yung mga nagtitinda ng motor, nagagalit sa akin dahil kailangan mapilitan sila magparehistro. Sabi, kasi laki raw ng television. Eh kung may malaking plaka, di makikita ka agad yan, di ba? Ayan ang malaking plaka, nakikita nyo sa TV. Ikumpara nyo yung plaka ngayon. Yung malaking plaka na ginawa ng LTO na hindi pa tapos hanggang ngayon, wala pa sila nung tinatawag na operation center na pag nakuha mo yung numero sa gabi, tawag mo lang, meron na silang lead. May kulay yan para malaman kung saan galing yung motorsiklo. Kung ninakaw o ginamit sa pagpatay. May pananagutan yung may-ari ng motorsiklo. Nagagalit sila sa akin, I don't care. Gagawin ko yung sinumpaan ko na kabutihan ng bayan ay ipaglaban natin para hindi mamamatay yung mga anak, ang inyong mga kapatid, lahat hindi mamamatay at mapipigilan yung padaos-daos na gagawin ninyo. At alam nyo, yan ang nangyayari. At makikita po natin na so slow. Kaya nga ginagawa na rin natin. Dinadagdagan natin ang judges at large. Sa pasa po natin yan. Binabati ko si President Soto. At lahat tayo, nagawa natin yan. Yung ginagawa natin yung judicial marshal, isponsoran ko na yan. Isponsoran ko na rin yung special police courts na usame noong nakaraang Senado na dapat ang mga police ay dapat meron lang isang korte sa bawat probinsya na doon dadalhin para malaman ng tao kung sila ay na humaharap sa husgado. Para alam ng mga namamatayan. Kaya dapat humarap sila. Ginawa po natin, Mr. President, at nananawagan ako sa lower house, sa Kongreso. Ito ang dapat nilang gawin. Palabasin na nila yung in-author namin ni Senate President Soto na separate heinous crime facility to protect the public and give confidence to the public that those persons convicted of heinous crimes are separated from the general public and reformed separately. Na-aprobahan na po natin yan. Pero sa lower house ay naandun pa at nasa Committee on Appropriations pa hanggang sa ngayon. Pakiusapan po natin ang ating mga kapatid doon para lumabas na yan. At pakiusapan natin ng LTO para lumabas na yung kanilang mga computer at lumabas na kagad ma-implement yung maraming plaka, kundi marami pang mamamatay. Hindi naman malaki yung plaka. Nakita naman ninyo, pinagkumpara ko na yung maliit sa malaki para makita. Hindi ko naman po pwedeng palakihin yung mata ng tao. Ang pwede kong palakihin ng konti yung plaka ng tao, yung plaka ng motorsiklo. At hindi naman ganun kasama. Mr. President, we should operate under the principle of the rule of law. At kung hindi ang mangyayari sa atin po, ay para tayo si Hamlet. And I quote, "Does conscience thus make cowards of us all?" May konsyensya tayo na takot tayong mamatay because hindi natin alam kung ano magiging resulta. Yan ba gusto natin mamayan? Dumaan na po tayo sa panahon ng Kastila, panahon ng Hapon. Dumaan na tayo sa Amerikano. Ganyan pa rin, natatakot palagi yung public. Nagiging timawa, natatakot tayo sa kinabukasan, lumaban. Yan po nangyayari sa atin. And finally, kung wala pa rin tayong gagawin, I will quote one of my favorite Roman poets, si Cicero. At ang sabi niya, "Quo usque tandem abutere patientia nostra." Ano ibig sabihin yan? Gaano pa katagal tayo maghihintay na ang ating mga kababayan ay inaabuso and put in peril? Kailangan gumalaw ang Senado para maproteksyonan natin ang ating mga kababayan at matigil ang pag-aabuso ng mga mamamatay taong kriminal o pati pulis na hindi dapat maging pulis, dapat maalis, o pati mga government official na napakalakas na they consider themselves beyond the law. So Mr. President, pagtulungan po natin ang pliko at kailangan ito ay maimbestiga. Naghihingi akong paintulot sa inyo, although pwede ko gawin motto proprio yan, na imbestigay ng Blue Ribbon para magawa po itong nangyayari ito para mapaliwanagan tayo kung ano talaga ang gagawin ng kapulisan. Kung sila ba ay aayusin nila yung kapulisan, ano ang mga gagawin nila para matuloy ang kapayapaan sa ating bansa. And on this note, I pray to the Lord Almighty that in this new year, filled with so much challenge, so much suffering, so many deaths, Mr. President, huwag naman na natin dagdagan yung mga namamatay sa COVID, dadagdagan pa natin na pinapatay na may impunity. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and my fellow senators for your patience. May God bless us all. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman from Zambales, Senator Richard Gordon. Thank you for that very timely job at the problem of peace and order in our country today. Majority Leader, will we refer the
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I do agree with the gentleman from Zambales, the urgent need to stop these killings. This impunity should stop, Mr. President. Tama po siya. Whether those people were right or wrong, it's not for these individuals to judge, but the law to judge them, Mr. President. And therefore, we have, according to my staff, Mr. President, the rules, the good gentleman from Zambales has a similar resolution under the Public Order and Dangerous Drugs Committee. It was a resolution referred through there. But we are more than willing, Mr. President, if the good gentleman would like to hear this in his committee, we are more than willing to refer this to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Mr. President. If the good gentleman is the sponsor willing to hear it, Mr. President, then if that is the case.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you very much, my good friend, the Majority Floor Leader. I don't care where we hear it. I will even hear it in hell, Mr. President, until hell freezes over because we have to do this.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we refer this. I'd rather have Senator Gordon leading the committee of heaven rather than having it in hell. So, Mr. President, I move
of heaven on earth, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, I move that
Justice would be fitting.
yes, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Mr. President. So move.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The privilege speech is referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Salamat po.
Mr. President, our final privilege speech, we'd like to recognize our distinguished colleague, Chairman of the Committee of Energy, no other than Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian, for the privilege hour, Mr. President.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege, hoping to prevent others from having the experience the same hardships that I and many other Filipinos have suffered at the hands of scammers, fraudsters, and financial cyber thieves targeting bank deposits and payment cards of innocent citizens. My story begins on January 5, 2021, one of our first days back in the office after the holiday break. While we were hard at work here in the Senate, some nefarious individuals somewhere out there were also hard at work to rack up more than 1 million pesos worth of unauthorized transactions on my Union Bank credit card. The fraud employed on my credit card was not high-tech by any means. It was a simple scam. What the criminals did was call Union Bank, the credit card issuer, and requested to have the cell phone number linked to my credit card changed. Thus, instead of one-time PIN or OTP messages being sent to me on my cell phone, the OTPs were being sent to the phone number provided by the fraudsters. This allowed them to bypass the safety feature entirely and use my credit card without my knowledge. In the span of less than 2 hours, between the time I reported to the bank that suspicious activities were happening on my card and the time the bank canceled my card, 4 transactions had already cleared on my card via Food Panda. This allowed the criminals to make away with 1,076,880 worth of alcoholic beverages. As of today, the National Bureau of Investigation and other law enforcement agencies are still working to catch these cyber thieves. When I reported what happened to me on social media, Mr. President, it attracted significant attention among netizens and journalists alike. This case also caught the attention of people who had experienced similar instances of fraud. Unexpectedly, over the 2 weeks since my credit card fraud incident, my office had become a sort of unofficial financial consumer protection desk. Almost 100 informal complaints have been received by my office so far about a wide range of financial cybercrimes legally subsumed under the term access device fraud, including phishing, unauthorized transfers and withdrawals from deposit accounts, and payment card theft. I will share a few of their stories using pseudonyms for their protection. Albert and his son Carlo went to sleep on the evening of January 3 like any other night. By the time they had woken up the next day, however, cyber thieves had completely changed their lives. It appears that just before midnight, cybercriminals began siphoning funds from various Metrobank accounts of their family-run business. Utilizing various fund transfer mechanisms and credit card ATM withdrawals, the thieves managed to steal 1.8 million from various company accounts up until 5 a.m. Albert was shocked to discover 80 unread messages on his cell phone upon waking, all notifications from Metrobank confirming the various transactions carried out by the thieves. According to Albert and Carlo, the bank's fraud division has already told them that chances are slim they will be able to recover the missing funds. Misulang akyat bahay gang ang bumiktima sa mag-ama, pero mas masakit ay ang katotohanang nanakaw ang pera nila sa kamay ng pinagkakatiwalaang bangko na nangakong kaagapay sa pagpapalago ng pera galing sa dugo at pawis nila. Financial cybercrimes are not limited to million peso amount. An unfortunate example of this is the story of Patricia, who lost around 30,000 pesos from unauthorized e-transfers from her Metrobank savings account to accounts of strangers in other banks. For Patricia, who is one of millions of Filipinos who lost their job because of the pandemic, that is a lot of money and a heartbreaking loss. Patricia told us that she and more than 270 other people have created a small group chat because they all experienced similar losses from their respective accounts with the same bank. Patricia said that the bank has also informed them that it will be unable to return all the money lost. One group that is particularly reliant on digital banking is the OFW community. Unfortunately for Joy, an OFW currently deployed to the Middle East, fraudulent digital banking charges found on her BDO savings account with a certain bank resulted in her losing more than 60,000 pesos. That is her life savings we're talking about. According to Joy, her bank said the fraudulent charges were not valid for reimbursement, meaning her life savings is gone for good. Again, these are just only 3 out of almost 100 stories shared to my office by distraught consumers over the past 2 weeks, not only with banks named above, but also with other household names such as BPI, Citibank, and HSBC. Despite the varying facts and circumstances of their cases, most of the people we spoke to said the same things. They want their money back. They no longer trust the banks that allow their hard-earned money to be stolen. They hope that government can help them somehow. Hindi ko lubos maisip kung ano ang naramdaman nila matapos malamang naglaho parang bula ang perang pinag-iingatan nila para sa kinabukasan ng kanilang mga pamilya. Hanggang ngayon, Ginoong Pangulo, wala silang nakikitang aksyon mula sa mga bangko para mapanagot man lang ang mga kawatan na mantala sa kanila kahit na may paper trail kung saan bangko at kaninong Poncio Pilato na ilipat ang ipon nila. Mr. President, additional data provided by Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas indicated that the growing trend of financial consumer complaints is not something that we can ignore. The BSP Consumer Empowerment Group reported that during the first 3 quarters of 2020, the number of valid complaints processed grew by more than 63% from 9,250 in 2019 to more than 15,000 between January and September of 2020. The CEG also reported a year-on-year growth in consumer complaints specifically relating to e-banking and credit card complaints during the same period of 40% to 45.6% respectively. Take note that 2020 figures do not yet include the spend-heavy Christmas months. It is not every day that a senator reports 1 million pesos worth of unauthorized transaction on his credit card. Unfortunately, Mr. President, the reports received by my office imply that the swift and deliberate action taken in investigating my financial consumer complaint is the exception, not the norm. It is evident that the desperate pleas of many of my fellow victims of access device fraud and financial cybercrimes have fallen upon deaf or uncaring ears. Mr. President, it is our solemn duty as elected representatives of the people to give voice to their concerns and ensure that their grievances are acted upon. As such, this representation seeks the assistance of the appropriate Senate committee in conducting a formal inquiry in aid of legislation into the state of financial consumer protections in the Philippines, specifically regarding access device fraud and other cybercrimes involving theft from the bank accounts and unauthorized use of payment cards. If the banks want to avoid listening to the complaints of consumers who have entrusted them with their life savings, then we will call on them here to the Senate and make them to listen. Very broadly, Mr. President, there are 3 main questions which I hope this Senate inquiry will answer. The first, how can we improve financial consumer protection through enhanced regulatory processes? In general, the regulation of banks is within the ambit of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. The BSP's Manual of Regulation of Banks, however, takes a rather laissez-faire approach when it comes to financial consumer protection, with the respective boards of the banks ultimately responsible for implementing consumer protection practices within their operations. This inquiry will be a good way to analyze and critique the current regulatory regime with an eye towards also improving synergy and strengthening cooperation between the banks, between the BSP, banks, and government agencies specializing in investigating, law enforcement, data privacy, and other applicable fields. Second, Mr. President, how can we hold individual banks and the banking sector as a whole accountable to the highest standard of diligence? The fiduciary nature of banks necessitates that they be held to a higher standard of diligence than most other commercial entities. Unfortunately, some of these cases brought to our attention make it clear that our banks have made clear that that there are banks that have failed to meet this standard of diligence. This negligence has sometimes led to the loss of hard-earned money of consumers. This is something that must be remedied. Another cause for concern is that these failures have also led some of the fraud victims we spoke to mistrust banks, refusing to deposit more money or even closing their accounts. Personally, I believe that a robust and secure banking system entrusted with high consumer confidence is critical to fostering inclusive growth as the Philippines economy transitions into more financially mature regime. Payment cards and e-banking in general are also critical to facilitating contactless transactions during this unprecedented pandemic era. As such, ensuring that banks meet the high standard of consumer care required of them will be beneficial to the banks as well as consumers, because it will improve public confidence in the security of their physical and virtual vaults and safes. Lastly, but most importantly, how can we help victims of financial fraud and cyber thefts recover their hard-earned money? In all honesty, this is one question which we cannot promise an answer. However, we will do all we can to find solutions. It is heartbreaking to note that most of the complaints filed with my office came from low-income to lower middle-income constituents. They are not powerful people with multi-peso credit limits and the media power to have their cases immediately acted upon. There are working-class Filipinos whose 1,000 peso losses from saving accounts could very well drive them and their families below the poverty line. Low-income, working-class financial consumers deserve the highest priority for protection and restitution. It is my sincere hope that this Senate inquiry will allow the voices of working-class financial consumers to be finally heard, loud and clear by those who need to hear them. Paano natin mahikayat ang mga tao na mag-impok sa bangko na naturingang mga institusyon nagsabing you're in good hands kung hindi naman pala nila kayang panindigan ang mga katagang ito? Sabi pa ng isa sa mga nangungunang bangko sa bansa, we find ways. Sana nga ay maisagawa nila ito sa kanilang mga kliyente. The future begins with you, ika nga ng isa pang pinagkakatiwalaang bangko. Pero mukhang sa puntong ito ay mukhang hindi kaaya-aya ang kinabukasang kinakaharap ng mga kawawang biktima. Once again, Mr. President, thank you very much. I respectfully yield the floor.
Thank you. Before I recognize the Majority Leader, just to enlighten our colleagues, how were they able to get your credit card number?
Mr. President, one of the safety features of our credit card is the one-time password. But for the one-time password to be sent, we need to provide our personal cell phone. So the first step is to provide their personal cell phone.
What bank is that?
This is Union Bank, Mr. President.
Yeah, that's not happened to my bank. Anyway,
Well,
ahead.
in this case, Mr. President, initially I really thought it was a sophisticated hack. But upon inquiry and asking Union Bank, they mentioned that it was a low-tech scam in which this person who called, this scammer who called, pretended to be me. And he was insisting that he needed to change the cell phone because he wanted to treat the entire Senate for a New Year's party or New Year's banquet.
But that is, they will have a series of questions
Correct, Mr.
that
President.
person that only you can answer.
You're absolutely correct. But Mr. President, my own personal analysis, because we are public figures, our information is out there in the internet, Mr. President. Our birth date, normally they ask our birth date, billing address, etc., etc. And all of those, unknowingly, Mr. President, because we're
Well,
public
they
figures,
could
are
come
there
up-
laid out in the internet.
They could come up with better questions like what's the name of your grade 1 teacher?
Correct, Mr. President.
Oh,
That is a
di ba?
that question
Only
and that
only
suggestion
you
I had
would
in mind,
remember.
Mr. President.
William will not even remember.
I don't think I will even remember, Mr.
Oh,
President.
I do remember mine in Ateneo, Miss Ignacio. But I don't use that in my credit card. Anyway, there is a security code at the back of the credit card.
Correct, Mr. President. That person, that scammer, knew the credit card number, also the I think they call it CCV at the back of that credit card. So somehow that person got a hold of a picture of my card or a photo of my credit card,
Wow,
front
where?
and back. We don't know, Mr. President. Again, we transact every day, and we don't know who are we transacting with. And as public figures, you have the photo, you have information in the internet. They can probably put everything together.
So when the scammer asked that your number be changed, they changed it immediately.
They change it, Mr. President. And
They
that is-
they should have texted your first number first and confirmed whether you are changing it or not.
Actually, Mr. President, they did. But since we're always in a meeting or hearing or activities like this, you don't get to check your phone right
Yes,
away.
but
Mr.
you did
President.
not answer.
No, I didn't answer right away. I saw,
Then therefore that is a liability of the bank. They should not have pushed through with it because you did not answer.
correct, Mr. President. But the way I understand it with this bank, they gave themselves 2 hours, or the protocol is if you don't respond within 2 hours, they will change the number.
That is talagang
President.
ma-scam sila. That's the way. Anyway, before I recognize the majority leader, just a little levity. You're not the person being alleged in the 470 million, no?
No, no,
1
Mr.
million lang,
President.
1 million lang na wala sa'yo.
My credit card cannot take in that much money, Mr. President.
All right, the
President.
majority leader is recognized.
Mr.
Mr. President, before we recognize Senator Grace Poe, baka naman Mr. President, girlfriend niya lang gumawa nun. Si Bianca. Joke lang yan. Will you recognize Senator Grace Poe, Mr. President?
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking this question also since I'm the chair of the Committee on Banks, and a lot of our countrymen, well, many of our countrymen were affected by this. My first question actually, Senator Win, I'm curious, na-refund ba yung pera ninyo?
Yes, yes, Mr. President. The amount was not charged to me. Although Food Panda, which was the merchant or the initial merchant, they charged the bank a sum of $1 million. But because I reported this to the bank and I told them it was not my transaction, they didn't charge it to me.
Okay, next. Yung Food Panda ba, nabigay nila sa bangko kung saan nila dineliver ito? Anong mga lugar?
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, in my initial thoughts, I thought they ordered food, no, and fed the entire barangay. But apparently, they ordered alcohol from this company called Boozy. Because my thoughts on that, alcohol is easy to sell. No? So they ordered $1 million worth of high-end alcohol, and later on they will sell it again because it's easy. You know, alcohol is very easy to buy and
What's
to sell.
the brand?
Iba-iba, Mr. President.
May Makalan?
Meron Makalan, Mr. President. Meron Makalan, for sure.
Mr. President, so Were they able to figure out who the individuals were involved, if they were able to trace the addresses?
Mr. President, they delivered it in a street. It wasn't a home address, hindi ho siya residence, but they gave 2 streets, and this company Buzi delivered it there, and then from the truck they transferred it to another truck. So that was the narration of Food Panda and also Buzi, Mr. President.
hindi
So
pa-
wala siyang address eh.
So hindi pa nahuhuli.
Hindi pa, Mr. President, hindi pa. We reported this to NBI to take note. Apparently, there are so many modus being perpetuated by scammers and hackers, and this is just one of them, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you know what you mentioned about this other bank involving a heist of about 400 something million. But going back to the speech of Senator Gatchalian, it's disheartening to hear that we have some of our countrymen who are saving 60,000 pesos and the banks will not even refund that amount. Now, and then I don't know, I still have to verify because there's several versions that came out. This bank that supposedly was involved in was a victim of a heist, right? This bank supposedly said that they will credit the full amount to the 2 depositors that lost a little over 400 million. So pagdating doon kasi, ganito, hindi ko babanggitin yung mga pangalan kasi hindi ito verified and also we still need to investigate further. Supposedly, yung dalawang may-ari niyan, yung dalawang may-ari ng account, either isang malakas na negosyante o isang politiko or parehong politiko. Kaya ba yung mga bangko madaling mag-refund kasi natatakot sila dun sa dalawang yon? Samantalang yung mga maliliit lamang ang hinihingi na credit sa bangko dahil nga sila yung nanakawan, hindi pa na ibibigay ng bangko yon. Kaya nga, Mr. President, I think that this is really a serious matter. It was brought to light because a personality like Senator Win was victimized, but actually, we already have a bill that we filed. It was referred to the Committee on Science and Technology, if I'm not mistaken. This bill, Senate Bill 1894, defining economic sabotage in computer-related offenses, amending the Cybercrime Prevention Act. We made this collaboration with BPI and the Bankers Association of the Philippines. This measure seeks to include economic sabotage in relation to phishing, bulk email, mass mailer, as punishable acts. Kasi ngayon medyo mahina yung batas natin. Ang sabi ng NBI, these attacks have increased 200%, especially now that we are relying on online transactions. So hopefully when we do the investigating of this, we will have the banks be a little bit more compassionate when it looks like hindi naman talaga yung taong yun ang gumasta ng pera na yun. Ibigyan naman ng palugit, i-credit na muna nila, hindi naman nila ikahihirap yan. Kasi Mr. President, di ba nabanggit nyo kanina yung 400 million na nawala doon sa isang bangko. Di umano, yung sulat ng bangko na yon sa publiko, sinasabi nila, we are taking this matter seriously, but we would like to assure the public that the bank has been extremely profitable, earning so many billions in 1 year. So this is something that we can easily cover. So kaya naman pala nila i-cover, pero ang dami nagre-reklamo na hindi man lang nila nabibigyan ng credit. So maybe at the right time, when this is referred to whichever committee, we will be able to invite not only the banks, but some of those who were victimized or willing to present themselves as an advocate against online and banking fraud. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Thank you.
just to add to
Senator
that,
Gatchalian, I
Yeah.
think you should consider yourself as a blessing in disguise. Because otherwise, if you were not scammed, then the smaller or the small depositors who are hurting and are full of problems because this will not be considered. Now that the Committee on Banks will be looking into it, you become a blessing in disguise.
Well, Mr. President, before this happened, I actually thought that crimes right now will be much more sophisticated, using computers, using mobile phones, hacking. But I was surprised that this is a plain and simple scamming, pretending to be someone and fooling a bank. And it's as easy as that, Mr. President. No, so it can happen to all of us, no, because being a public figure. And I figured because all of our information now is scattered all over the internet, it's easy to profile. And I really believe that I was profiled, no, and all the different things that the scammer need to access my information and convince the bank was just there, right in front of us in the computer. And Mr. President, after this happened, we had a deluge of calls and texts and email complaining and constituents experiencing the same thing, Mr. President. Just this morning, a constituent of ours, a Kagawad in Valenzuela, sent me a message, the same thing. But the amounts are not staggering. You'll be surprised, Mr. President, as low as 20,000, 60,000. Pero yung iba, pikit mata nilang nagbabayad because or else they'll be blacklisted and their credit worthiness will go down. So, and we have a lot of constituents, they just swallow this because they have no choice. Because if they get blacklisted from one bank, they cannot move to another bank or move to another credit card, and they end up owning no credit card or cannot having a hard time transacting with other banks, Mr. President. So I thank the Senator, the chairman of the Banks Committee, for expressing her willingness to hear this. And it's really about time to look at the plight of our small constituents, especially our OFWs, because they're the ones being easily victimized by these scammers, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I think the ones that scammed the good senator knew his sleeping habits. Mukhang alam maaga siya natutulog, kaya doon ginagawa lahat ng transaction niya. Plus, alam kayang-kaya yung credit limit na ganun kalaki. So talagang na-profile siya.
Mr. President.
All right, the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I dare not reveal what is being texted in my private Viber group amongst the seatmates, but kasi iba-iba yung suspect nila, Mr. President. But may I just ask a question to the good gentleman from Valenzuela? What I heard right was, so they changed this number, with the permission, of course, Senator Gatchalian. I just want to be clarified if he'll answer just one or two questions.
Yes, we're more than happy to receive questions from our majority floor, Mr. President.
Yes, my dear friend and my compadre, did they, when you mean that they changed your phone number, therefore they were already using the phone number of the perpetrator, is that correct?
Correct. Correct, Mr. President. So because our OTP is being sent to our personal cell phone number,
yes,
I cannot, I did not get any more OTPs during the transaction.
So yeah, because we usually get, if you use your credit card, we usually get a message from the bank that your credit card has been used. Is that correct?
Correct. And most importantly, the OTP, the one-time password, because they cannot transact without that one-time password. So that one-time password is in fact a second layer of security. The first layer is your cell phone. So he managed to breach that first layer by getting my cell phone, and then once he changed the cell phone, changed the cell phone and gave his own cell phone, I could no longer get my OTP. And that's when he transacted 4 times. He transacted with Food Panda 4 times, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you for that information, Mr. President. And it's very timely, Mr. President, because of the pandemic, a lot of people have been doing online transactions. And ang dami po nga na dadali nitong racket na ito. And we commend Senator Gatchalian for bringing this out to the public. And we are looking forward to the hearing on this matter, Mr. President. So I believe Senator Risa Ontiveros, before I propose...
Before I recognize Senator Ontiveros, this is again another call for a proposal and a call that I gave in 1998 that the SIM card, prepaid SIM card should be registered, that the telcos have been resisting for years. Because you would be able, if the SIM card that was used could be traced on where it was and where who bought that SIM card, that was used by the scammer in your bank, with your bank. It will be easier to trace. And I've been saying that since the time that there was a bomb in Makati that was triggered by a SIM card, a prepaid SIM card. Antigas ng ulo nila. Hindi ko alam kung ang bakit hanggang ngayon. Anyway.
On that note, Mr. President, I was informed by the bank, Union Bank, that when they tried to call that number, they found out it was a prepaid number.
Correct.
Unregistered prepaid number. So they can no longer determine who that owner of that prepaid number is.
The only chance you have is for NTC to be able to locate the address of where that SIM card was when it first transmitted to the to bank. Pwede yun. Yun ang matitrace nila saan ang galing. We were able to do, NTC was able to do that for somebody who was sending me a bad text. And we found that particular person in San Pedro, Laguna. They will be able to trace it. If the telcos will cooperate, because they can trace where that SIM card was transmitting and what cell site was used. What particular cell site was used when it was transmitting or receiving text or sending text. They can do that. That's why I know that the reason before when they said that they cannot, it will be difficult to register SIM cards. I bluntly told them right away, don't tell me that. Because I know that if somebody is holding a SIM card with no load, you know that he doesn't have a load. Even if he is in Sultan Kudarat or in Sulu. He does not have a load, you know that he does not have a load. If he puts in a load, you know that he has a load. That's why it's impossible for them to say that they cannot trace. It's impossible. They can if they want to. Anyway, Senator.
President, just one more thing. Coincidentally, that advocacy of yours also fall under the ambit of the chairman of the Banks Committee, who is the chairman also of the Public Services Committee.
Yes.
So we can plead to our good chairperson of the Public Services Committee to jointly or to hear that advocacy separately, Mr. President.
I'm sure she will. I'm sure she will. Okay, Senator De Veros, recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Good gentleman from Valenzuela, pwede ba akong magtanong ng ilan pang mga tanong?
Yes, most willingly.
Thank you very much. At the outset, gusto ko ring ipahayag, I share some of the sentiments expressed by our Senate Committee on Banks Chair at ng Senate President. I really appreciate, Mr. President, kung ang paano ginawa ng good gentleman from Valenzuela na hindi nyo lang ginawa ng solusyon yung inyong sariling problema, but you actually reached out to these other victims of this kind of crimes na much less high profile than the good gentleman from Valenzuela. So kumbaga, kung hiwa-hiwalay lang sila, very low profile citizens, smaller amounts ang ninakaw sa kanila, pero ang sakit-sakit din dahil kita nila sa family business, savings nila sa pagtatrabaho, pagkakayod bilang overseas Filipinos. Pero siguro kung hindi sila nagsama-sama at kung hindi kayo nag-reach out sa kanila, much less reputational risk sa mga bangko na hindi sila pansinin. And I really appreciate, good gentleman, na ang ginawa ninyo is to, in a way, leverage yung reputational risk of not responding to your particular situation para buksan yung possibility of redress of grievance nitong mga smaller depositors, smaller cardholders para mabigyan ng solusyon itong matagal-tagal na ring problema, good gentleman, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. In fact, there's one group organized by victims of transacting with Metro Bank. And parang nagrupo-grupo by bank, Mr. President. And this one, they opened a Facebook page in which all those victimized, all those who were victimized and transacting with Metrobank can join in and narrate their experiences and also finds a solution. All they want, naman, Mr. President, is to find a solution, meaning return their money, prevent this from happening from to other victims, and also making sure that the regulators are promulgating rules and directives so that banks will be held accountable and practice higher level of diligence, Mr. President.
Good gentleman, Mr. President, while you were narrating that, naalala ko po several instances earlier in our history na nagsama-sama din yung mga nagkaroon ng problema either sa mga iba't ibang produkto o iba't ibang serbisyo tulad ng financial services ngayon in order to advance their rights as consumers para isulong yung advocacy ng consumer protection. And again, I appreciate yung effort ng good gentleman, Mr. President, na i-extend yung ganitong klaseng advocacy at saka sama-samang pagkilos ng mga consumers who are consumers of financial services as well. Na-appreciate ko po how concrete the good gentleman made it dun sa mga kwento nung mag-amang Albert at Carlo who suffered great losses to their family business, kay Miss Patricia at kay Miss Joy na nasa hanay ng overseas Filipino workers na alam din natin struggle talaga nila na to develop and to practice a savings culture, no, sa hard-earned money nila at very hard jobs na ginagawa nila sa ibang bansa at great sacrifice to themselves and to their families. Isang clarificatory question, Mr. President, good gentleman. Dun po sa particular na karanasan ninyo, hindi po ba nagtaka yung Food Panda or in the case of the 3-4 other persons na isinalaysay ninyo, hindi ba nagtaka yung Grab, at least dun sa ganong kalaking mga transaction, even at odd hours of the night? I ask this, Mr. President, good gentleman, in aid of baka moving forward, bukod sa mga bangko who are actually the biggest corporate stakeholders at stake in this issue, pati po yung ibang mga businesses na ginagamit nitong mga financial criminals sa pagsasagawa ng ganitong mga activities nila.
Mr. President, from what I understand and our initial investigation, since the OTP, which is the most important security feature for any transaction, is being approved by the bank, then Food Panda, and then down the line, Boozy, thought that the transaction is valid, no? Because the OTP is being approved anyways. No, actually, all 4 OTPs got approved. So in the merchant side, since the password has been approved, all 4, they proceeded with the transaction. Now, as to if they have any protocols of this type of transaction or this big of a transaction, I'm not very sure with that yet, no, because the investigation is still ongoing, Mr. President.
I understand, Mr. President, good gentleman. Perhaps moving forward, isa yun sa mga tanong na pwedeng i-pursue pa rin, lalo na po pagdating na sa hearing. While the good gentleman, Mr. President, was relaying the horror stories ng ating 4 na mga kababayan, naalala ko rin po na tapos sa kabilang banda naman, yung mga biktima halimbawa ng predatory online lending, di lang makabayad ng 1 buwan, tatawagan na at pati tatawagan na yung kanilang office mate. So parang hindi po pantay yung, alam niyo po, yung paghahabol ng mga financial obligations. And I really look forward dun sa bubuksang pagdinig nitong privileged speech ng good gentleman from Valenzuela, Mr. President, yung pag-equalize, no, pagbibigay ng pantay na timbang sa pagprotekta ng mga maliliit tulad ng sa mga maliliit na malalaking financial stakeholders. Mr. President, yes, Mr. President.
Well, one thing for sure, Mr. President, whether it's online lending, credit card fraud, or debit card fraud, because of the increased use of credit cards as well as online transaction, we are seeing more and more scammers, hackers, and fraudsters taking advantage of this phenomenon. A lot of our new consumers, they don't know the safeguards, and they
Right.
don't know how to protect themselves. No, this is one area that we need to look into when the hearing commences. What is Bangko Sentral, being the regulator, doing to educate our consumers, especially the new ones that are going into this type of online transaction and even getting credit cards and transacting with credit cards?
I agree, Mr. President, good gentleman, and I support the good gentleman in articulating those points. And speaking of the Bangko Sentral, Mr. President, good sponsor, hindi po ba kapag kunyari magbubukas ng account yung isang saver or holder ng iba pang klaseng account, meron namang nakalagay po doon kahit sa fine print na may insurance coverage ang Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation or PDIC. Kung tama po yung naalala ko, to the magnitude of 100,000 pesos sa savings ng account holder. Wala po bang karampatang ganung proteksyon para dito sa mga kababayan na ikinento ng good gentleman para naman yung 60,000 ni Miss Joy at yung kung hindi man buo, bahagi man lang ng nawala dun sa ibang mga kwento ng good gentleman ay dapat nga ma-cover ng ganitong klaseng insurance coverage, Mr. President.
That's a good point, Mr. President. In fact, the 100,000 that you mentioned from PDIC is insofar as liquidation, and whenever the bank has problems in terms of giving back the money of our depositors, then that insurance kicks in to protect our depositors. But insofar as credit card protection is concerned, that's one area that we need to look, and that's one area also that we can probe into. In my case, wala pong ganun. There's no insurance. In fact, I asked Union Bank if they are also protected from their end, from fraudsters, and I was made to understand that they're not. So in this case, they will just absorb it as part of their losses. So that's one area of improvement, or maybe one area of protection that we can look into when the hearing commences.
I agree, Mr. President, good gentleman, and salamat sa good gentleman for, again, articulating that. Perhaps as a last question at this point in time, Mr. President, good gentleman, hindi po ba marami-raming taon na advocacy at in fact kampanya ng Bangko Sentral at ng buong banking sector yung tinatawag nilang financial inclusion among, yes, individual citizens and participants sa ating ekonomiya, pero sa hanay din ng iba't ibang klaseng mga economic organizations mula sa mga micro, small and medium enterprises natin hanggang sa mga kooperatiba. I see our majority leader here with us, and various other kinds of economic and financial organizations. So if the good gentleman could share with the chamber this evening, in the light of what has happened, not only to the good gentleman, pero dito sa iba pang mga kababayan natin na talagang napilitang magsama-sama, mag-organisa at mag-reach out sa good gentleman from Valenzuela after this shared horror story, ano po yung nakikita ng good gentleman, Mr. President, moving forward na paraan na i-repair itong growing threats sa financial inclusion, dahil no choice at talagang dapat nakakatulong sa atin itong online banking, online financial transactions, pero paano talaga palalakasin yung mga protection para sa ating mga kababayan who need to and who want to transact business or save, move savings around online. Paano itutuloy pa rin? Paano pa rin magagawa yung advocacy na iyan ng financial inclusion na magiging mas protektado, hindi mas vulnerable sa ganitong klaseng mga krimen, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. And this credit card fraud is just one of the products of the banking sector. The banking sector has so many products, but for ordinary constituents, they don't understand this fully. One fraud with the banking sector or one issue with the banking sector, it complicates the entire products of the banking sector. And one of those most important, one of the products that is being promoted right now is financial inclusion. No, making sure that the unbanked goes to the banking system. And stories like this will not help. Ang banking ho is a confidence building activity.
Built on
We
trust,
bank because we
Mr.
trust the bank. No, it's a trust building activity, and I think part of the reason why we have a lot of constituents who are not banking yet or not using the banking system is because of the trust element. So what happened to this representation might be only a small facet of the banking sector in terms of products, but it affects the confidence of our constituents to the banking sector. And it's important that we make sure that we have safeguards in place. Accountability is being practiced. Extra diligence by the banking sector is also being practiced. And most of all, the regulator is up to speed. Like I said, no, hindi ho to sophisticated crime. No, it's plain and simple scamming. And even though it's plain and simple scamming, the scammers are evolving and innovating, and government needs to catch up also, making sure that they cover all types of modus, all types of scammers, and making sure that the banking sector is also up to speed when it comes to protection of our consumers.
Thank you very much, good gentleman, and Mr. President. I suppose, especially in this day and age, with the overlay pa nung pandemya, nung recession, we still need to talk about saving and building our institutions. At isa na po yung banking sector sa mga institusyon ng ating lipunan and ng ating ekonomiya. So, with thanks to the good gentleman, Mr. President, I look forward to working with the good gentleman, his initiative in this privileged speech under the leadership of the Senate Committee on Banks Chair in indeed building or rebuilding further the banking institution by meeting our citizens halfway where they have placed their trust already initially in it, but that trust has been wounded by these recent, or perhaps not so recent, but horror stories that have come to light recently and for which they are really seeking redress of grievance. So marami pong salamat, good gentleman from Valenzuela. Salamat po ng marami din, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And before we hear the motion of the majority leader, I would just like to put on record that this representation would like to join our colleagues in looking for answers to questions being raised from the gentleman from Valenzuela and the discussions made on the floor. It's disheartening to hear horror stories from our kababayans with regard to this particular crime, and I'm very happy and proud to be part of this institution that would look into this and make sure that we will have answers to all these questions, and more importantly, help our kababayans be protected. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make the referral to these committees, I would just like to put on record, Mr. President, to the dear colleague, Senator Gatchalian, is that we have several bills pending on SIM card registration, which yours truly, the majority leader, together with Senator Gatchalian and the Senate President, are authors of these measures on SIM card registration. So I believe it is under the committee of Senator Grace Poe under Public Services. Maybe we'll remind our dear seatmate that it's about time that we take this up, as you have been already scammed using a unregistered prepaid phone number. So, Mr. President, I think this is the best way to also lessen crime, because a lot of terrorists use these prepaid numbers. So we just like to put that on record, Mr. President. So I'd like to move the referral of this for the referral of this measure to the Committee on Banks and Financial Institutions, and Committee on as the primary committee, and Committee on Trade and Commerce as the secondary committee for consumer protection, Mr. President. I so move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Thank you. And we have Senator Grace Poe online as well. If we can also ask her for a chance to listen to the Committee on SIM card registration, Madam Chair, as we file this measure this Congress. It's referred to your committee, Pat.
We will, Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Baka pwedeng masabay. Pwede din niya masabay. It's public services. Sorry. My apologies. It's a different committee. So, Mr. President,
Okay.
just some housekeeping measures. We have a change of referral of a committee. Mr. President, I move to transfer the Committee on Finance to the Committee on Government Corporations and Public Services, the primary committee. Proposed Senate Resolution number 588. This is the resolution on the Governance Commission for GOCC. And the Committee on Finance will remain the secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
And we'd like to also move, with the permission of the body, and proceed with the Senate President's designation of additional conferees on the AMLAC amendments, Senate Bill number 1945, 1945, and House Bill number 7904, entitled Strengthening the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Mr. President. I so move.
Well, the following members designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee by the Senate President on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1945 and House Bill number 7904. They are Senator Grace Poe as chairperson, Senator Ralph Recto, and Senator Frank Drilon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, due to the lateness of the hour, with the permission of our colleagues, maybe we can just do the reference of business first hour tomorrow when we start session at 3 p.m. So with that,
Yes,
if there are no other pending business, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, January 19, 2021. I so move.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, January 19, 2021.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Feels like the first day of school.